Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Yeah!
You know, some people say it's tough being a big show, but I gotta tell you, it has its advantages. Playing with the neighborhood kids is always fun. And hailing a cab is no sweat. The thing I like best about being so big is I always have room for my favorite meal, Chef Boyardee overstuffed Italian sausage ravioli. It's the only meal large enough to satisfy my oversized hunger.
Our athletes still care about their fans.
If I have to fold one more box, I'm gonna snap.
Did you see snap? Snap into a Slim Jim! You know excitement? Snap into a Slim Jim!
Yo, Hulkamaniacs, it's me, Hulk Hogan. Check out my new look. Brother, I was at Arby's scarfing down a chicken cordon bleu. That natural chicken tastes righteous. That's because it's not all pumped up with phosphates and fillers, which gave the Hulkster an idea. Maybe I don't need to be pumped up either. Who needs to be doing bench presses and deadlifts all day?
Now all of Arby's chicken is made with 100% all-natural, all-delicious chicken. Try our chicken cordon bleu with ham and melted Swiss. It'll have you saying,
I'm thinking Arby's, brother.
Stuck a bitch. We're about to get vile. I'm a prom queen, but I keep to myself, stacking high green. You're in debt to your health, AARP. Ain't shit owed but my wealth, and my oppie's getting dumber every day. Ha! Up in the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gin, when I'm working on my fitness. On Becca, on God. I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, yeah, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. I be flexing like the dudes high on tread, all natural. Better give her her tens. They say, Blondie, how you getting those abs? Hey, Bobby, let me call you a cab. Long legs. I'm a woman instead. My eggs, fertile, healthy, and femme. My trades, flowing free like the Thames. And my haters getting madder every day. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. Yeah.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah. And we made it. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. You know what that means. AEW Dynamite is coming to us live. We have some of the matches here, some of what's going to go on tonight. We're going to talk about that. We have some PLEs to preview. We got NXT Battleground. What? We got TNA Under Siege. What? And we got AEW Double or Nothing. What? And that's all this weekend. And we're going to be watching NXT versus AEW Double or Nothing head-to-head this Saturday. Or Sunday, or whenever these things go down is when I'm watching them, okay? So, and I'll be here watching it with you guys here. So make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe. If you're over watching on X, make sure you come on over to YouTube, man. I got a poll in the chat. It's way more fun. Polls, memberships, all that good stuff. Oh, my. They gave me a thing now where I can show you guys' chats on the screen, like where it's like a ticker on the side. Do you guys see that? I don't know if you can see that on the screen. I don't know if I'm going to use that thing, bro. I don't know if I'm going to use that. You guys are going to get me in trouble, you know? I hope y'all are doing well. There's 133 of you watching across YouTube and X. It's Wednesday. It's beautiful out. Depends where you're at. I'm struggling with a bit of a head cold. I just got hit out of nowhere where it started as like a throaty thing. And it was like my throat just started hurting. And then, you know, I slept, that went away. And then it all like moved up to my head and my nose are all foggy. But I think this thing's, my wife's good at getting me vitamin drinks and tea. She was right on it. She gave me like a triple tea of, I don't even know, throat coat and all this shit. I don't know, taking good care of me. So I'm actually feeling tip top. I don't feel too bad, but I am kind of foggy in the brain. My voice might be a little different. I'm a little snotty. I apologize. The weather changes and my allergies, like it. And that's the thing, man, where I live and in Canada in general, it will typically drastically change. So it was like kind of cold. And then it just went super summery for like a couple days. And then boom, it just started raining. It's been raining all goddamn like for days and days now. So, yeah, for some reason, just my allergies like, nope, fuck you, you know? So once the temperature settles or whatever, the weather settles, I'll be a little better. But you guys don't care about that. You guys don't come here to hear about Phil Marks and, you know, all that stuff. What you guys are here to do is talk about the Graps, okay? And to talk about Becca and NXT and TNA and all that good stuff. Pete Rocks 12 says nobody's watching Battleground over Double or Nothing. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a crazy thing to say. R.I.P. Mr. Ursay. I'm not sure. All my dad's fam lives in Arkansas. Phil declaring himself a throat goat. No, I said coat with a C, but do with that as you will. You know what I mean? AI is pretty good. I'm sure you could flip that up real easy on me if you guys want it. Pete Rocks 12. No, it's not. Yeah, it's pretty it's pretty just dumb to say what you say, but it's all good. You know what I mean? So we're going to preview Dynamite because we actually have a Dynamite. Before we get there, before we jump ahead to the PLEs, we have to preview these PLEs. We have to preview Dynamite because that will be on. We'll be watching it. I got the Big Bang Theory, the $1 million, the million viewer lead-in right over here on TBS. And the Oilers are playing game 1 against Dallas as well, which I got over. I got AEW Dynamite, and then I got the Oiler game is going to go down. So that'll be good. And we got a lot of cool news to get to. There was nothing too crazy in the news. So as you guys see in the title, right? Samantha Irvin went back into announcing. I just don't feel like anybody's talking about that. She claims it's we'll talk about it in a bit. But either way, we have some funny memes, some funny jokes, some cool clips, some Karrion Kross action, some Dave Meltzer action. We have some Sicko action tonight, and we got a little bit of everything. Nothing's overstuffed. And also, I did a podcast that was fucking brilliant. In my opinion, one of my favorite podcasts I've done, just because of how fun and easy it was to talk to this person. Sanal's Life 96 on YouTube. Check her out. And we talk about Nuge. We talk about AEW, the relationship there. She has tremendous insight. We talk about WWE and if they're buying New Japan and all of this stuff. And it's a really great podcast. It'll probably drop tomorrow morning. So yeah, that was a brilliant time, and I can't wait for you guys to hear that show. But I will check in with chat. Just make sure you all share the show around, hit like, hit subscribe. Someone gift Pete Rocks 12 a fucking membership, right? You can gift membership. Someone get him one. You can buy memberships for 99 cents. And I have more members content coming soon. I do member streams here and there. And just early access to some stuff. I have a Patreon as well with some exclusive stuff. So that's how you can support me, or just leave a mean comment and call me stupid or something, right? That's cool too. Or a cool comment. That's fine. But I get a lot of those. So anyways, are you guys ready for PWT? Who's ready for PWT tonight? We have hockey and Dynamite. And shout out also my girl Julia Gulia, who is always hitting me with the
Wrestling's not fake.
Hit me up with gave me a sound dump here today. I love it. Hockey and Phil, you big dummy. Yeah, what did I do that's dumb? Oh, thank you. You gave me the rude comment. Get Pete Rocks a membership. This guy's over here angsty over Battleground. He's coping. We'll get to Copacabana in a bit, but either way, let's get into it here. Let me chug down some iced coffee. What are you guys drinking tonight? What you doing? How you feeling? Let me know, chat. How you doing? Vote in the poll as well. Oh yeah, I forgot this. I put a poll. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleTimes or @ProWrestleClips. Those are my YouTube channels. Come over there if you're on X. Vote in the poll. Which PLE are you most looking forward to? And I'm genuinely curious. TNA Under Siege. What? AEW Double or Nothing. What? Or NXT Battleground or WWE Battleground, I guess. They don't even really call it NXT Battleground. Okay. So the Young Bucks, what's previewed tonight? We have an all-star trios match. Let's start at the bottom and we'll end with that. Oh, and me and Sonal, we also break down like how Gabe Kids because I couldn't like explain this on my own, right? But we break down how Gabe Kidd joining the Bumbleclaw Club doesn't really make sense, like especially for AEW fans and the sickos who are like, oh, you Google's right there, you know, like they want you to Google and know about it. We break that shit down tremendously. I can't wait to drop that pod. Anyways, we have Will Ospreay and Hangman Adam Page going face to face. I think these guys will cook in a fucking promo. Okay, I think they'll cook. You guys might hate on it. I think it'll be good. I bet guys run out though and ruin it. It'll be a good face-to-face stare down, but then guys will run out, the Callis family, then they'll all get beat up, and then it'll just take away from the goodness they did. Watch for that. Mercedes Monea and Jamie Hayter Faisa to a Faisa. Yeah. Okay, I don't know. Mercedes is going to end up beating Jamie. I like Jamie. I like her new look, but people just call her like Becky Lynch Jr. and shit, or Timu Becky Lynch, which I don't know. That's not really the vibe she's going for. I mean, not every girl with orange hair is Timu Becky Lynch, but it just, this look and this new run hasn't like popped off, you know? Tony didn't take advantage of like her big return when everyone was hyped on her return. And I've said for a long time, Jamie Hayter needs to get her ass to NXT. Like years ago, you know? Been saying. So Tony Storm will be on commentary for Julia Hart versus Mina Shirakawa. So that's good shit. We know Mina's going to win because she's got a match with Tony coming up, and she just came back and she pinned Tony. So unless you're the worst booker in the world, I guess you have Julia win, and then it's a three-way, you know? That'd be the only reason to do that. So Mina Shirakawa is going to go over here. And then we have an all-star trios match. So again, I talk about this on the pod that's coming out. Why would, my God, all of this on so many levels. So first off, you have 2/3 of the trios champions. And I've pointed this out a billion times on PWT. Samoa Joe and Hobbs. Okay, sweet. They're 2/3 of the trios champions. And they're in a faction, the Ops, that has like, what, 4 or 5 guys in it? How many people are in the Ops? Shibata, Hook, Joe, Hobbs. I just named 4. So therefore, in a trios match, let's say Shibata's not in this one. Why isn't Hook in it? Fuck. It's Swerve, though, just because, well, it's many stories being pushed and intermingling. It's these stories being put. No, it's not a story. It's not a story. Trying to tell a story? Swerve doesn't need to be in this match. Motherfucker. He's already jumped off shit every week. He's the guy who said anarchy in the arena. Swerve's the guy. If you want to talk about story and consistency and character, Swerve's the guy who shows up when the Bumbleclaw Club and all those Gabe kids gonna run out and attack Joe and shit. Swerve would run out and stomp him and intercept that and come out of nowhere and get the stomp and everyone would pop. That's what's consistent. I'm not saying Swerve can't be in matches, but you have a group of guys you've established. We're called the Ops. We're the Ops. They always do this in AEW. Whenever someone wins the trios titles, they take 2 guys from that trios. 2 guys from Death Triangle will team with 2 guys from the Conglomerate to take on FTR and the Outrunners, 2 tag teams or whatever. Or it's like a trios match. All the Outrunners and Cash Wheeler versus, 2 guys from the Conglomerate and Konosuke Takeshita or whatever. And it's like, what the fuck, man? Why establish these factions if in the trios division there isn't 3 guys in this faction who are like, well, we're going to be established in this division. An all-star trios match also. Why the fuck would Tony Khan book the 2 invading parties who are aligning? So the Bucks and Moxley, they're invading parties here who are aligning to take out AEW and shit. So you book and market them in an all-stars trios match. Why would any of them accept to even do this? It's so bad. It's so stupid. I love Joe. Look at Joe and Hobbs. Pardon me, my nose is running. Look at the fucking people standing behind Moxley. That's all I'm saying. Like, just your main event should be Joe versus Hobbs for the world title. You guys get what I'm saying? And it's not like just push the monsters and shit. I'm the biggest. I supported Swerve maybe more than anybody during his world title run. As far as like, dude, he puts in the work. Like, they pulled the trigger on this too late. Give him a shot, though. If I'm optimistic about anyone, it's Swerve. Now, it didn't pan out greatly, I guess, for ratings and shit, right? Like, I think it was one of the worst eras, at least for that year. You know, it gets worse every year as far as viewership and stuff. Maybe all max adds 10,000. Okay, that's great. But yeah, none of this really makes sense. And then when you break down the whole Gabe Kidd stuff, which I'm not going to rehash it all here. You guys will hear on the pod tomorrow. There you go. There's the sizzle to the steak. Now you got to tune in because I promise, like, Sonal goes in on this, and check her out. She's at wrestling_chat, I think, on X, and then her channel's called Sonal's Life 96. And yeah, just her perspective on it too. And then I brought it up on the show before. I'm like, well, at New Japan Resurgence or whatever, like the War Dog, like Gabe Kidd diss the Young Bucks and shit. And then on Dynamite, Tony's like, study the business. We watch everything. Gabe Kidd aligns with the Bucks too by proxy, you know, and they're only brought Gabe in, which is good for him, but like he just has nothing to do in Japan right now. So I don't know. He's just a body. Like I said that. I was like, he's just a body for Anarchy in the arena. Everyone's like, no, that's just hating. That's undermined. No, that's what he is. He's just a body. Like, so again, I'm optimistic. I was nice about the show until the main event, and you got even Joe in there. One of my all-time. He's on like my top 10, I think, all time. Joe. I'd have to really sit there and think. But he's up there for sure. And so I hate that I have to be so fucking hardcore hating on this match. But it's just silliness. So I hope that was a good preview. We have lots of stuff to preview. I might do a quick NXT review or something. I'll check in with Chad. Brady Mac for 5 says, hey, PWT fan, been a rough one today. Damn, took my pops Johnny Mac to the ER. Damn, dude, he's going to need surgery. I could use a laugh. Can I get an Obliviacree? Sure, yeah, dude. Hopefully you took him to the ER and it wasn't because your dad got his knee smashed.
Smashed your knee to Obliviacree.
Okay, and hopefully I can pop you a few times tonight, right? Hopefully I can pop you Papa too. Ba-doomps. Here we go. I feel bad, man, for real. Take care and take care of him. Can't ever fault a nobody for taking the bag. That was a work. I legit hate Gabe Kidd for selling out to align with the Bucks, especially after he ripped. Yeah, so we cover that in depth as well. Like the Japanese fans, I talked about it on the show already, but we cover that in depth, right? And Forbidden Doors coming up at the O2. So Nulls, that's, you know, she's over in UK land. So it's the perfect person to talk to about all this. And yeah, people are legit angry at Gabe Kidd. And this doesn't align with like his character at all. Like at all, man. Really doesn't. Swerve has bars at rapping. Yeah, we're going to cover him and Irvin. We're in the booth. I don't know. A lot of people think Swerve's faking the funk with the hip hop stuff as well. Just ask AJ Francis about that stuff. But Gabe's never. I pop for that. Feel good, bro. Everybody's working. Yeah, Gabe Kidd doesn't. It was never about standing on business. Like him and Tony Khan were in on that shit together with Kenny Omega. Like that's all it was, man. I called that before anyone, dog, because it's obvious, man. You just pattern recognition. Just look at Tony's pattern of behavior. Moxley can say the same shit CM Punk said, but he's doing it in character, man. It's your idea, Tony. Here's my idea. It's like your idea. You just make him feel like it's his idea and he's in on it. And then you can boo-boo on him. You can pile drive him on TV. You can punch his dad. You know, you can fucking everything. You can do whatever with Tony as long as it's as long as he's like in on it, you know. But when Chris Charlton keeps kayfabe and is like the New Japan Defender guy, but he didn't clear it by Tony, you're out of here, you know. So that's all it was with Gabe Kidd. That's how you know he was in on it because there's no other way. Anyways, Speaking of Hit Row, Ashanti had a great match. Dude, he stole the show. He was so good. Let's talk about NXT. Let's do some Swerve is the Drake of wrestling. Okay, we got to fucking get into the show here. Yeah. Okay. X was like, yeah, never mind. It was just, that was weird. Okay, so let's get into some news, man. We got news. We'll get into light news because we don't have a whole too whack a lot of it. And then we'll get into some other stuff. We do have some MMA news, believe it or not. A couple of MMA newses, but one of them's in TNA news. So here we go. I'll hit the bad news Barrett here. Let me see. Where the fuck is it? Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Melvin Gillard, if you guys are unfamiliar with MMA, he is like a veteran, a longtime vet, and like I thought he retired a long time ago, dude. He was on like Ultimate Fighter season 2, I want to say, or 3 or something. And so he like came out of retirement, and this guy Hosea Harrell just fucking WWE'd him, dude. Hit him with the, just watch. You guys are gonna pop for this.
Here's those sparks you were talking about.
There's the head kick early.
Watch now, right here.
Gillard comes out.
Boom! He just El Grande Americano'd his ass, dude. Did you see that? Let me bring it back. That's like a clean deadlift German there.
Early.
Just O'Connor rolled him off the buckle. Boom! Yo, that was lit. And then he got TKO'd right after. So there you go. Shout out Melvin Gillard. You know what I'm saying, dude? Okay, moving along to miscellaneous news. That's fun whenever that can happen. So we have here Matt Cardona getting an assist from a kid who chops the shit out of who is this guy again? I forget his name, but I know it. If someone said it, the guy's wrestling, I'd be like, oh yeah. And they're in ACW, Wisconsin, not the ACW that was ripping people off. We got to distinguish those two companies, okay? Because I did a whole piece on like how ACW was ripping people off, and then all these big name people were at this ACW show, but it's ACW Wisconsin. Or no, this one's Awesome Championship Wrestling. So is this another ACW? Jesus, I thought there was a lot of PWTs. How many fucking ACWs are there?
You fucked up! You fucked up! You fucked up!
My word. I thought I was an unoriginal hack. No, I'm joking.
Hit him!
I forget this guy's name. Why can't I think of it? The guy he's wrestling is like an indie guy too, but this kid slaps the shit out of him.
Hit him! Hit him!
Oh! Oh! Yeah, you get him, kid!
Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. It's good when you can get the children involved there, I guess. You didn't throw a drink at them. So here's Culture Inc. number 48 PWI Hot 100 tag teams. Someone sent us this. Some days you just forget how big of a reach you have sometimes on the wrestling grind and the kids you inspire along the way. Let's take a look at this. I'm not sure. I forget why I bookmarked this.
This is Eli.
Oh, here we go.
He's like,
this is why. So this kid is fucking awesome. And he loves pro wrestling. And you see he's a big WWE mark because he's a fucking pro wrestling fan and he's a kid. But he's also watching indies and shit, you marks who are like, you don't love wrestling if you like WWE. No, you're just a spurg and you fucking, you know what I mean? And AEW's been really shitty. And that's why people have fallen off of it. I'm sorry. We're just talking objectively here. It's all I'm saying. Like, everyone sort of agrees on that. Hopefully they can turn it around. No one's a bigger advocate for that than me. But this kid loves WWE, but he's scouting this young indie wrestler, and this guy is quite impressive. At least athletically. Tony Khan's in this clip and wants to offer him a contract.
This is Eli Knight. He's a 23-year-old
Eli Knight. Yeah.
professional wrestler that just faced Wesley last night on Reality of Wrestling.
Is his name Eli Knight? That's fucking awesome, dude. He's like, well, who are my two favorite wrestlers? Eli Drake and LA Knight. So I just
Dummy.
smash them together.
And if you haven't already seen clips of him, here is a video of his moonsault from the top rope.
Maybe thinking moonsault. He's got one of the best in the business. There it is.
Like, do you guys see the height? I know it's hard to tell because just how this video's edited, but man, he gets height on that. It's like a moonsault frog splash type maneuver.
If you ask me, it's better than the likes of Montez Ford, Seth Rollins, and all the other people that do swanton bombs or even frog splashes. He might be one of the best professional wrestlers that I've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of shit that'll get you money in AEW, dude. But I would just go to WWE with it. But then again, like, and I'm not hating, but they have guys who can do shit like that. So do they even, hopefully this guy can stand out, tell some good stories. He's a young cat. I think he's like 23. Shut out this little kid who's putting over Eli Knight. Yeah. And yeah, we're going to keep our eyes on this dude. So anyways, moving along here, speaking of guys we're keeping our eyes on here, so I gave a DM to Shio Hung, okay? And he got back to me. So shout him out, and we covered it before, man. The first ever Wrestle Nation by Pro Wrestle South Korea had 3,000 people, and he's been grinding his own fed up for 5 years. And he had 3,000 people who bought tickets for, I think, $60 to $80 USD. Is the equivalent to that. And this guy's grinding. He has like, I don't even think, how many followers? He has just barely over 1,000 followers. He had like mid 900s on the last show when we covered this. So guys, go and follow Shio Hung. He's he teams with Tajiri in Japan and shit. And yeah, man, here's another little clip from him because we shared that story last time, him talking about, hey, here's been my grind up and how and I think this stuff's important. Again, I care about fucking wrestling. For those of you in chat who are like, Evolve's on. Good. I'm glad I don't catch every Evolve. I do throw it on though. Like later tonight, it will be on when I'm going to bed or doing my things, I might be editing and half paying attention, but it's like good, the more indie wrestling we can help promote too, I'm all about that. I want to see like a big 3 rise from the rise out of all of this. You know what I mean? Whether it's in Japan, Korea, Mexico, I don't give a fuck. But here's Shio Hung.
Whoa!
Everybody tell them your
So I don't know if it's like Pro Wrestling South Korea or if it's Pro Wrestling Society Korea. I don't know the official name of the Fed yet. I followed them as well though. So everybody, go do that if you like indie wrestling. There you go. Right? What's his name again? Armando Estrada is Umaga's guy. This is Alberto Del Rio's dude. What's his name? Why do I forget it, chat? He's here, though, doing the damn thing. Why do I forget his name? I'm forgetting all the names today. This is the second one already. Ricardo. So I don't know, man. This dude's a fun follow. Like, this is the shit he's doing. This is an average post. Shout him out, dude. We're going to circle back to that because that is the big story for miscellaneous news. Carissa Rivera, FKA Electra Lopez, is making her first appearance following her WWE release at Mike Santana's Puerto Rican weekend for House of Glory. on June 7th. So that's sick. Mike Santana, Puerto Rico, House of Glory doing big things. Man, we got promotions on the rise. JD was like, oh, we were over here in Brooklyn, and now we're over here now in Puerto Rico. Oh. So, yeah, dude. I'm excited for her, I guess. Here is the Sandman. Now, the Legion of Skanks are a podcast consisting of Dave Smith, who's a comedian, political type guy. He doesn't get political on their show, though. I think he is, anyways. I think he's like really into politics and shit. And then Big J Okerson, who's a hilarious stand-up. And then Louis J. Gomez, who is like the leader of Gas Digital Podcast Network. And he does stand-up as well. And he hosts like a couple funny pods like Story Wars. And one of them's Legion of Skanks. Now, they've infamously had like ECW. They're wrestling fans, and they've had ECW wrestlers on multiple times. They had New Jack on right before he died. They had Sabu on literally like a week before he died. And their most recent is they had Sandman on. He invades Legion of Skanks. They give him his due. And here, I'll let them talk about, and shout out Sandman, dude. And they sort of joke about what I prefaced this whole clip with.
He is a record-breaking 5-time ECW heavyweight champion of the world, the Sandman!
Metallica's like, Napster, yeah, yellow flame, oh. Right? Can't even play that. What the fuck?
Have you been getting annoyed with all of the people that are saying don't go on the show, that you're going to die after it?
Yes. Don't come on this show, Legion of Skanks, because he'll die after it. And it's true, man. They had Sabu on, I think, a couple times, but the last time they did was like a week before he passed. They had New Jack on a couple times. The last time they did, I think, was like a month before he passed, maybe even less than that. And yeah, now Sandman. I'm not wishing anything. They joke about it here, though, so I think this breaks the curse, right? It's like saying shutout before a shutout fucking happens, right? In hockey.
Yes.
Zach, they say that to you every time you get up.
No, the first thing somebody came up to me in the green room was, here, you need to sign this. And I'm like, well, who are these other two names? They're like New Jack and Sabu. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm not signing.
They wanted him to sign a belt, and then he refused to.
I had a good record with ECW legends coming on the show.
Yeah, we're 2-0 against ECW wrestlers.
I don't think the curse is real. If it is, can you guys please book Bubba Dudley next?
Wow. Oh, my God. Zach Amico. Shit. He should have been on the WWE roast because he's a huge fan. Huge. Get it? Because he's so big. But listen to what he says. Dude, if the curse is real, invite Bully Ray on next.
Two legends coming.
We love Bully Ray. It's just jokes. We roast the ones we love.
On the show.
Yeah, we're 2-0 against ECW wrestlers.
I don't think the curse is real. If it is, can you guys please book Bubba Dudley next?
Wow.
That's a Steve Corino. Wow.
Damn. Shout out Sandman. Looking good, actually, you know? So here is a pro wrestler. Speaking of ECW, I think this guy's been ID'd. You guys remind me who this is, and he's with our guy Malcolm Man Muscle Man Malcolm, rather. Dummy. And he goes off on ECW and is like, I fucking hate ECW. I think this guy's in Swipe Right. Or who? Where's this fucking guy with the sweater around his neck? What wrestler is this? I forget.
We're in the ECW arena. I know you love ECW. That was your favorite ECW match.
So I've been going off on a tangent. Legitimately, how I feel, I think ECW in its inception should have stayed at what it was a backyard wrestling company. Now, the issue I have with ECW is that it ruined wrestling and created an abhorrent type of person. And we can't turn the camera, but there are people here that I would call not even cute, like subhuman. If you look at them, beyond just the people that watched ECW, which was the main problem, the people that wrestled at ECW. I know Mick Foley. I don't know if he wrestled at ECW, but he's part of that. He's part of that culture that I just got a problem with.
You don't like Mick Foley?
I hate Mick Foley.
Okay.
I wrestled with him at OVW. hate Mick Foley.
Oh.
He created this thing. This is another tangent I like to go off about.
I like you, Mick Foley.
He created this person where kids today or people today, 400 pounds, 300 pounds, they get picked on their whole life, they get bullied, and they think, oh, Mick Foley did it, I can do it. You can't do it. Mick Foley objectively is a really cool guy, but the people that he inspires to wrestle are awful. I don't think everyone should be a wrestler. I don't think everybody can be a wrestler. In fact, I'd say every single person that came to this show tonight should never even get the chance to be a wrestler. I was cool in high school.
And you peak then too, bud.
Where the ECW?
Nah, I think he's just working the gimmick. There was a lot of lucha action going on as well. The Dodgers, the LA Dodgers, had lucha libre on the field for Mexican Heritage Night. And we have a couple instances of lucha libre just breaking out in the wild. Carson Drake, NWA, shout you out, bud, and thank you, chat. And chat, he's spot on about Foley. Bad Dude Tito's in there too, I think, in the mix. Do any of you guys get out to Dodgers games or what? If there's one thing I like, it's glizzies and beer, dude. You guys already know. So, and those are two things, right? That's how fucking off I am today. So there you go, your victors, those dudes. And then here's two old guys who get into just like a lucha match in the street. Now, I've seen this in documentaries and shit. This isn't an instance of this, but like when you're training in wrestling school, and just some wrestlers, what they do is, so I don't know if y'all been to Mexico, but there's the red lights are like few and far between, you know, and there's no like speed limit and shit. So where there are traffic stops, well, depending, because some traffic stops, it's like dudes with guns, you know, like, but listen, what I'm getting at is at some traffic spots, luchadors will run out in the middle of the street and they'll fucking work matches and collect tips. And they do it quick, like before the light changes or whatever. And so street wrestling is like a thing. It's a real thing. And these dudes just start doing it here. I don't even know what's going on here, but I love this.
A la perfección.
This popped me huge. Like, dude gloms them. Look at that glomming. Like, at first when I saw this, I was like, oh, like this is real. And then you realize they're working, but just gloms them out of nowhere.
A la perfección.
Mira, nos vemos el día 26 en el recinto ferial. Allá los esperamos, todo gratis. Aquí ya llegó su padre, su pesadilla. Aquí está este mugroso, como siempre.
They're throwing down. Tony signed these guys. Yo, he slipped and hit that Rana in his dad's shoes. Super kick.
Y no se les olvide, ya que el 26 a este pendejo se lo va a cargar.
Is this like for a wrestling company? What am I missing? Someone who speaks Spanish, let me know.
Allá nos vemos.
Excellent. So that's fun. A little dose of lucha. Former WWE announcer comes out of retirement for one night. We'll circle back to that. So during a virtual signing with Signed by Superstars, Maria Kanellis didn't rule out a WWE return and revealed it would be her dream to manage the Kingdom at WrestleMania. So listen, Matt Taven is like Kenny Omega Jr. He's got to just switch it up a bit. The look and the gear, and then he could easily be in WWE. Would WWE want Mike Bennett and shit back? I just don't think so at this point in their career. And Maria would be cool if they want to do valets, but what do they sign her? And then she's like they have Scarlett valeting. I'm all about valets and managers. You guys know that. If you're pitching to me, hey, this person can manage these people, I'm fucking down for the most part, right? To listen to that idea. Maria managing them at Mania. How does that happen? You know what I mean? Like Solo didn't even have a Mania match this last one. So I just don't think that's in the cards. But dream big, dream and maybe we'll see her back. I just can't see a spot for like the Kanellises, the Kanelli, and Matt Taven in WWE, especially like at their age and stuff. Again, not being ageist, but it's like when you're up there. They just brought in 42-year-old Jeff Cobb. Yeah, that's Jeff Cobb, right? Like there's certain people where Rusev, okay, that's an OG original NXT guy. Like when it first switched from competition show to like Triple H is in charge of this developmental thing, Rusev was one of the first dudes. He was there having matches. He dipped out to the main roster. But Triple H saw what Vince left on the table with Rusev, possibly. He's a name, dude. Rusev Day. He trends. He sells merch. He can pop a number. Signed a 2-year deal. It's okay. We'll get him a big match in that time. Malachi is Triple H's guy through and through. Like through and through and through. Just the way he was booked in NXT Black and Gold. We all know that. So, you know Triple H wants Malachi back. So, it's like, is Mike Bennett one of these guys? No, he wasn't a Triple H guy. I don't think. He was in NXT for a bit. Maybe Triple H likes him. I know he's friends with Cody Rhodes. He's friends with lots of people. Everyone's friends with everybody in wrestling, but I just don't see this on the cards, you know? Batista says Hollywood is a cakewalk compared to the grind of being a pro wrestler. He says, I have a strong work ethic, and my work ethic really came from the WWE. They're not only durable people, but it's just the hardest grind that I could ever imagine. The grind, bruv. Being in Hollywood, being on a film set, it's long hours, but compared to the grind of being a professional wrestler, it's a cakewalk. And that's the thing, too. When Triple H is like, the grind, everyone's like, oh, work more dates. Yes, man. Ospreay and these dudes claim they love pro wrestling, bruv. The sport of it. We love the sport. Okay. So don't you want to do the sport more? Is Connor McDavid... Like what? Okay, I'll give you the perfect example. Hockey players. Dudes play 82 plus games in the year, and the top players won't miss a fucking game. In NBA, the top players are like, oh, we're going to Oklahoma, I'm going to take that off. Or we're going to Memphis, I'm going to take that shit off or whatever. Oh, Toronto, I'm going to take that game off. And people call them prima donnas and divas and shit. So how does that same logic not apply? And how do sickos not understand that same logic and how it applies to pro wrestling and AEW? If you love the sport so much, you're going to want to do it more, wrestle more. But here's the point I'm trying to make. Other than just the matches, okay? Part of the grind and what Batista's talking about that WWE gets you ready for is like this film set shit. People don't understand how many times takes get retaken. Okay? I've seen the same shit be retaken like 80 times, that I'm not over exaggerating, like 80 takes in a row before it's like, all right, I think we got it. I've seen that firsthand, let alone fucking what Batista's doing with his movies. The grind, the real grind is like the media training, the fucking learning how to cut promos and format TV and staying for the matches and, you know, producing and picking the mind of a Pat Patterson for years while you're you know, taking whatever opportunities you can and da-da-da-da-da. Like, that's the fucking grind, you know? And until you've experienced that aspect of it, you can't say you're the best at doing what the best whoever did this did. Does that make sense? You can't be the best at what is pro wrestling. It encompasses more than just what goes on in the ring. We are seeing that now. This whole Dynamite has been no wrestling, half hour of fucking talking and shit. And I'm actually applauding them because what was that? A great segment? And they didn't bullshit it up like I predicted by people running out and attacking them. Okay? And they just went back and forth. Now Moxley's walking in. Why is Tony going in this direction? Because even now he has to realize and admit the stories matter. This shit matters a lot too. Even more on your TV show. Matters more when you're doing a weekly TV show than the wrestling legit. Because the wrestling happens on the pay-per-view, especially when you're shilling us 12 events a year or 10 fucking events a year or whatever. Okay? So part of that grind is also this grind of like learning to sit on in a trailer for literally 8 hours when you got called to work at 6 a.m. and then you're there 8 hours later and no one's even called you to set yet. You know, it's shit like that, dude. Well, I don't want to be an actor, bruv. Well, pro wrestling's like fucking 70% acting, dude. So maybe 60 if you're being generous, right? So it's like, I don't know what to tell you. But that's part of the grind too. And I like that Batista talks about how it prepared him for Hollywood. Doing backflips didn't prepare you for Hollywood. And I'm not shitting on the backflips. I like the backflips, but taking a spike bat in your back doesn't prepare Moxley for these bigger, great. Well, I don't want Hollywood, bro. That's bullshit. If people came to Will Ospreay and were like, bruv, we'd like you to be in the new James Bond as the villain. We want you to like do monkey flips and fight James Bond. Yes or no, would Will Ospreay take that job? Fucking do it tomorrow. Okay? So, yeah, at the end, if they came to the Young Bucks, hey, we want you guys to fight the whatever in this new Marvel movie. You're the Putties and the Power Rangers. They'd fucking do it, okay? So I don't care what anybody has to say. So, yeah, I hope I made sense of that. And shout out Batista. But he says, being in Hollywood, being on a film set, it's long hours. But compared to the grind of being a pro wrestler, it's a cakewalk. It's night and day. I'm in this business, and I find it hard to relate to people who are just always unhappy on set and always complaining about something. I don't relate to that at all. Yeah, you can't be a dick on set, man. Makes everyone miserable. And here's the other thing. You can't be a dick in backstage of WWE because it makes everybody miserable. So it's a cakewalk for Batista because not only in WWE do you get an early call time, but then you want to stay and watch the matches, get better at your craft. But you also got to work out, get in the car, get to the next town, check in. Fans are at the airport. Got to sign. Got to do. Oh, you got to shoot the commercial for SummerSlam. Oh, you got the. You know what I mean? The video game needs a voiceover. Da, da, da. It's all that shit, man. To where Batista's like, dude, sitting in a trailer, smoking blunts until they get my body double done with all the B-roll shots and shit. You know, it's fucking. He's like, that's a cakewalk. You know, from taking bumps. So shout him out. Anyways, Maple Leaf Pro and Battle Arts Academy form a new partnership. Battle Arts Academy is Santino Marella's like wrestling shoot Muay Thai jiu-jitsu school or whatever the fuck. I put this in miscellaneous. So guys, I gotta be honest, this whole Kora Jade Elena Black shit is cringe, and everybody's fucking simping for her in these replies and shit, and it's honestly disgusting. And look at how, man, society's just down so bad when, okay, let's watch this video. First off, she's in her fucking wrestling gear. Like, okay, are you really gonna pay her OF for this shit? Yeah, you cuckatoos are going to do that, aren't you? Oh, you're gonna take pictures for your OF in your wrestling gear. Oh, cool. You've had crazier thirst traps on Instagram, you know? But the response to this, so everybody likes it, they run it up. Her response is, by the way, it's called being able to wrestle wherever I want, and also now being able to profit off of you being creeps, which you were going to do for free anyways. So she just literally slapped all you motherfuckers. So when she puts a thirst trap out there, where her vagina's almost showing after she gets new titties. And again, this is I get it when people are like, we shouldn't body shame. And somebody said it to me too, like, who would buy a Nia Jax OnlyFans? A lot of people. A lot of fucking people. Like, she's super pretty, dude. This has nothing to do with that. I'm not like judging a woman do it, but I'm giving you logistically, let's lay this out. Let's think about how her mentality works here. So when she puts out a thirst trap like that, and you all like and reshare it and go, damn girl, or whatever the fuck, what do you expect is going to happen? You put out something to sexualize and feel good about yourself. That's fine. I'm not judging that part. But when people react to it by complimenting you or sort of sexualizing you in the picture, let's say, now you're calling all those people creeps. And she goes, you're going to do that for free anyways. Get this at the same time, which you are. You sickos are going to be creeps anyways. You're going to make her so fucking rich. I encourage dudes all the time, don't succumb to the urges, okay? And I'm not hating on her hustle, whatsoever. But it's just the fact she's just telling y'all this. This should be like, yeah. She's telling you right now, like, what she thinks of you. And that's what every OF girl thinks of you, by the way, when you sub to that shit. And they just use AI bots to talk to you and shit. So really, it's weird on like multiple levels. And I truly believe we're like a few years away from people fucking robots. So I don't know, man. At the end of the day, she's just straight up about it. Like, I can wrestle where I want, and now I can just profit off you being creeps, which you were going to do for free. Now, I would be, if she already, that's the thing. I don't understand what you gain by calling everybody creeps either. Right? And then this dude, like 100. Bro, thank you. Like, y'all are finna harass women's wrestlers anyways. I might as well get paid for it. But like, where did she get harassed? I just don't understand, right? Like, I get it, on social media. But you make choices of what to wear and put on social media, right? It's just like if I went on social media and I started like being racial towards people would be like, this guy's a racist. You know what I'm saying? So when you put out pictures that sexualize yourself and then you call everyone creeps for reacting, I would say appropriately or as accordingly to what your objective was. You wanted a bunch of followers to follow you, because that's what a lot of these actresses do as well. And they know this. They're like, drop thirst traps, get to 1 million, get to 2 million. Then you get these roles, these movie companies, these entertainment companies. They look at followers and shit, And so I get it. Like, a lot of women will do it till they get to a certain follower count or whatever, or they're just, and I'm not shaming anyone for like, oh, they want to do OF and make money. I don't care about that. It's a cheat code for women. What I'm saying, though, is like, then she just shoots on everyone. You're all creeps anyways. I might as well just milk you for money. I don't know, dude. Don't do it. Don't succumb to the urges. I know she's fine as wine. Just don't do it, okay? Anyways, so Samantha Irvin, okay? She comes out of retirement, of like announcer retirement, okay? No, I'm not disabling ad blocker, motherfucker. I'm doubling down on ad blocker now. I've got 2 installed. No, I'm turd tonight. Okay. So former WWE ring announcer Samantha Irvin recently made a notable public appearance, her first since leaving WWE, not for a wrestling event, but to introduce the legendary Stevie Wonder. So we're going to cover this a bit more in a bit. Or I don't even know if I bookmarked it because I had this article, but yeah, she came out of retirement for one evening to announce, like to do announcing. Now, I want to know what you guys think, chat. Is this like an L for her to... I think this is dope, but she could release music and do this while working in WWE. Now, maybe she just didn't want. I feel like personally, behind the scenes, her and Ricochet just like hated WWE low key. And I think they got out of it. I think Ricochet behind the scenes is like, yo, fuck this place type shit. And then that's his wife. So she's obviously, you know, women are malleable, dude. You ever know, like, you ever have a friend who like they start dating each other and then they start like talking like each other, using the same jokes or same mannerisms and shit. That's all I'm saying. It's not a coincidence that they've cringed everybody out on socials. Yeah, good for her, man. Yeah, her voice is so good for announcing. Damn. And then speaking of good voice, Stevie Wonder just cooking. That's amazing. What an amazing event and experience that must have been. Titus O'Neil. So I saw a couple people trying to spin this as an L, like, oh, she just went right back to announcing. I wouldn't say it's an L, but that's what she's best suited at, you know? Like, twerking and playing flute is cool, man. But that's something you like do in your vlogs or on your YouTube channel when you're I don't want to like tell people what to do. I don't like doing that. But listen, man, if you're a celebrity or you have a following or whatever, and it's in this one area, and then you're like, well, I'm going to ditch this to go back and do this one area, or like this other thing I did, or like I'm going to go try and make it in music or whatever and leave this one area kind of. It's like, that's not the move. You just still do that one thing, but then you show another side of yourself on like YouTube or Twitch or something like Dakota Kai was doing, right? She's like big on Twitch, dude. So I think that's the way to approach it. And I just think, fuck, whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to give business advice to someone who blocked me. Who gives a shit? I'm not even, what have you done? Exactly. So it's all good, you know? But shout out Stevie Wonder. He sounds great. And shout out Samantha. She sounds amazing when she announces. It's like, fuck, man, just do that. Anyways, though, in a recent interview with Rossy Ogawa and Mayu Iwatani, and then I'm going to check in with chat, but they confirmed that most people in the business were saying at the time. Rossy Ogawa says, I originally wanted to welcome Mayu Iwatani when Marigold launched. However, due to her contract with Stardom, that was not possible. So, yeah, WWE has been eyeing her up. People are like, she could go to AEW. I don't know. She went to Marigold. She's loyal to Rossy. If Rossy's loyal to WWE, then there you go. But anyways, Mayu says, Marigold is my family. Stardom is a company. Do you guys see? And I'm trying to show you as well. Notice how girls from Stardom have to go sign to AEW now. Like, it's not. So I talked about this on the pod with Sanal that's coming out tomorrow. Notice how this Forbidden Door isn't CMLL, Stardom, ROH, AEW, New Japan, or whatever, like how they promoted the last one. This year, Stardom's not a part of it. Why? And now Stardom girls have to fully leave Stardom to be on Dynamite. They're not just like showing, here's a lady from Stardom and here's a Stardom banner when she comes out in Stardom. Amazing. You guys notice that? Keep an eye on that. I don't think that relationship's as tight as everybody thinks lately. But Mayu says Marigold is family. Stardom is a company. Mayu wanted to leave Stardom at the time. That's why she was doing erratic or worrying tweets. And President Okada said he had to contact her. After over a year, she's finally where she wants to be. So Mayu's like, get me out of here. Crazy. And then Rossy Ogawa also had this to say. He doesn't approve of fat wrestlers. I don't mean to laugh, but Rossy Ogawa, like, dude, don't give a fuck. You know, in Japan, bro, they don't give a fuck about any of this. You're body shaming. He's like, no, bitch. I don't approve of fat wrestlers, of a fat wrestler. So I'll get you like the full quote. But it's just funny that Rossy Ogawa is just fat. So promoter Rossy Ogawa brutally fat shames Utami Hayashishida in a ridiculous comment. So of course this is what culture's take on it. Now, I'm not trying to be one of these guys like, listen, the UK is like mad sensitive about shit all the time. You know, I'll just put it that. I don't want to be like, it's woke, man, and shit like that. But it's, come on, right? We know how they overreact to the shit. I'm not saying like, I don't even know when people are like body shame. Isn't that like, I don't know. I'd say it's more of a bullying thing. If you're just noting, like, God damn, you got to hit the gym, son, or whatever. I think that would, but Rossy goes harsh here. But in Japan, they don't give a fuck about that stuff culturally. You know what I mean? In the UK, they're like, oh, how dare you? In Japan, they don't give a shit. They're about like honor and shame and all this shit. They're about fat shaming. Like, for real, though. And dudes who get like super big and giant, these sumo wrestlers, they're like these larger than life. They're held in like high regard and shit. But women, it's like not appropriate. Now you can sit there and go, that's not right. This is ridiculous. But like, you don't live there. If you live there and you're like, this is fucked up, man. Okay. But culturally, like they don't give a shit in Japan about any of that outrage, whatever. But he says, I don't approve of a fat wrestler. And so Marigold Booker Rossy Ogawa appears to be hell-bent on chasing this year's most ridiculous thing said by a wrestling promoter award after absurdly calling his 26-year-old world champion Utami Hayashishida fat. So here's the thing, too. They Google translated this. Now, you have to explain, as the Oilers score, shout out Draisaitl, you have to explain to dumb fucks. You have to explain to dumb fucking uncultured people that words don't one-to-one. When you're talking about different languages, words don't one-to-one translate. Okay? So I'll give you perfect examples because I speak French en français. Okay? So if you were to be like, oh, that's sweet, there's no word for that in French. The closest thing would be like, ça sucre or something. Sucre, but that directly translates to sugar. So there's no, or another example is like tout le monde. That means everybody, right? You in French, you say tout le monde when you're talking about everybody. But the problem is tout le monde directly translates to the entire world, the whole world. But it's interchangeable for everybody. So I'm sure there's things like that when it comes to Japanese. And I'm sure Google Translate it can't do a one-to-one. So it just does like what I explained right there with the French aspect of it. So people don't understand this shit, and it's annoying as fuck. Because I doubt what he's just like, she's fat, you know? But let's read the quote, how Google translated it from Japanese, okay? He says, that match was good, but she should tone up a bit more. Okay, what's wrong with saying someone should tone up? By the way, you can be not fat and tone up. You understand? You can get tone while simultaneously not being fat. Those are two, right? If you work out, you understand that. So, said Ogawa to Japanese outlet number. Utami has already blossomed once in stardom, hasn't she? I think she has a sense of mission for the organization, but it will be difficult to make her blossom a second time. For instance, the way he's saying blossom. So that's not a translation one-to-one, or it is. It's the closest way you can translate whatever he was saying in Japanese that clearly adds more nuance to what he's trying to say. That's the perfect example because no one talks like that in English. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Personally, I want to see her show a toned body as a wrestler. It's not like the Showa era, so I'm not saying that just because she's a pro wrestler. She should drink and eat a lot, but I don't approve of a fat wrestler. See, this, yeah, you guys, it's just fake outrage, dude. An insane way to promote a high-profile match between an acclaimed world champion regarded as one of the best wrestlers in the world. No, it's not insane because you don't understand it. That's dismissive. You are dumb and you're reading a fucking Google translation 1-to-1. You can take some of this shit, translate it back and forth, and it'll give you something different a couple times. Okay? Utami shot to international prominence with 2 high-profile matches against Siri. Okay, so what culture just, again, being faux outraged as they do. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was actually a meaty miscellaneous. I'm going to check in with chat. There's 300 watching. Edmonton Oilers are up 1-0 against Dallas. This 3-man all-star match is going through the commercial break, or 6-man rather. And I'm not mad at it, and I'll tell you why. Because the whole first however long of the show, 25 minutes, was all mostly just not schmozzy bullshit. Like they were just doing good promos and shit, so I'm down with that. Rabid Wolverine Chelsea Killer 17 for 2 says Traffic Stop Championship Wrestling. Yeah, dude, the luchas. You guys got to look that shit up. It's quite fascinating, really. I think it's sweet. Yeah, there's levels to Japanese that people don't understand at all. It sounds harsh, but it's just straightforward and to the point most times. No, you're absolutely right, and same with en français as well, dude. 59 likes over on the Clips channel. Guys, run the likes up to 100, or else on the youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, or else Chris Jericho, friend of mine, he's going to do a run-in. And yeah, I need you guys to come on over from X over to YouTube if you haven't already. Phil, did you see Ariel Helwani Karrion Kross interview? Yes, and I have clips of it that we're going to cover tonight. This match is cheeks. Yeah. Don Johnson, number 3. Must have been fat wrestler. They out here saying sayonara to context. My girl wants to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time. That's literally, and I'm not joking, me and my wife's favorite song. Literally, that is my favorite fucking song. I'm not joking. Eddie Murphy's music career is built on shame. Dude, fuck out of here, dude. I don't believe in fat shaming anyone except for Eddie Kingston. And that's more so because he's useless. Oh my God. Dude, I fat shame myself when I'm eating shitty and I'm like, I gotta fucking get back to it. You know, but I'm not saying like you should bully people or like, I don't know, there's bigger girls that are fucking sexy, dude. We can all agree. Dudes don't. When girls like do all this shit to like transform their faces and shit like that, that's when I'm telling you, most guys tap out. Most dudes don't like that shit. You know, the more natural, I think, the better, especially the older you get as a dude. You know, am I wrong on that, dudes? You let me know in chat. No, but I'm also not judging. If you're a lady who's like, I got my lips did, I don't fucking care. You know, it's your prerogative. I don't tell anybody how to live their goddamn life. Chubby Chasers, I used to play that song on repeat. It's the goated one. We would love to see Hobbs booked well. Yep, that would be nice. Their production's really been taking me out of it. Okay, I'm fat and I fully believe in fat shaming. Well, there you go. There you go. Okay, so yeah, this is awesome, chant. The Bucks are just doing their shit. Their gear's a lot nicer than it was when they were going all frilly. But the problem with their moves is all this shit they're doing is like babyface stuff. You know, these like double super kicks. Like that's all fight from underneath white meat babyface type shit. And then they try and play these heels and it just doesn't work for me. Scully Vibes is for 5 says, what's the vibes? I'm going to NXT Battleground Sunday. Picks incoming and we want Hendry PWT. I'm going to try to get a sign on cam. Dude, if you get a we want Hendry PWT sign, that would be fucking amazing. Meltzer Fierce Flutes is welcome as well. Also fill your fat with a PH. Those are welcome as well. Okay. So, shout you out and we'll be looking for you, dude. We know it's hard cam side heavy. I assume you'll be right there. So shout you out and I look forward to the PWT trap beat, dude. That'll be good shit, pal. Thank you, Scully Vibes is for checking in. hot ass women of wrestling. I will pay for Kora Jade OnlyFans. That's totally your prerogative. You probably like getting spit and stepped on too, and that's totally fine. Moose Knuckles right there with you, okay? Wherever he's at. He's probably in line waiting. First in line right now. He's in a queue watching the timer, right? So, okay. Let's get into some. What do we have? TNA news, I guess. We're not even done the intro to the show, folks. This is still the light news intro of the show. And I have one TNA news. It's sort of MMA-ish news, but you guys will pop for this. So Xia Li, I forget what's her current name. I don't want to fuck it up. I'm so sorry. Xia Li, WWE. It is Lei Ying Li is what it is now, okay? Lei Ying Li. And she took a shoot Muay Thai fight and fucking won. I don't know if knees or elbows were allowed, though. I'd have to find the match and watch it because they're wearing kick pads. But she won the match, so tremendous work on her behalf.
Judge number 1 scores it 30-27 blue. Judge number 2 scores it 30-27 red.
Who's judging tonight? What is
Judge number 3 scores it 29-28 for your winner. I don't think.
Damn, that ring girl's cheeked up. Good for her. That's got to feel so good. It's got to feel so good, dude. Yeah, that's got to feel so good. I've had some friends who fight. I can never balls up and do it. I've held pads. I've helped people like warm up, give them advice, giving them a body to fucking roll with or whatever. But it's the mentality it takes to go actually throw bones, man. That's real shit. Just get in a spar, man. If you don't believe me, sign up to a gym. Just go box. Just spar one time with someone your size or bigger and just who's got more experience, and just that shit will change your life, man. Okay, but that's got to feel so good getting that win. You hear that primal scream at the end. You know, hell yeah. I'm not saying she's good enough to get in UFC or anything like that. I'm not even going to throw that out there, but yeah, so now Shibata's out here, right? So what did I tell you guys? Oh, they're all going to run in for the Bumba Clock Club. And then that's where Swerve could come out again because it just makes sense. The same way Willow. Well, why'd they switch it up? Well, they're not switching it up for Willow. She just runs out every time. That's all she's ever done. Okay? So, again, it's like, why not the trios match have one of the 4 members of the Ops in that trios match instead of just 2 of the trios champs? And people are literally coming at me. What, you're complaining about multi-man matches? No. Like, how are you that fucking dumb and you don't understand the criticism? You know, it drives me fucking insane, some of these sickos. Lincoln, what are you typing fucking? Is that your, what is that? Are you just hitting random buttons? Delete that. You're a mod. I don't know. You typing fucking passwords on there or something, bro? Watch your shit. Jesus Christ. You're going to get yourself hacked or something, bro. I don't know what that was. Code. Okay. For what? Just watch yourself, brother. People are crazy out there. It's 1-1 now or what? Don't scare me. Okay. Let's check this shit out here. Let's get into some more news. Yeah, it's 1-1. God damn it. That's okay. So, yeah, we finished miscellaneous news. I don't even think, did we do TNA news? I didn't even play a banjo. So here, I'll hit you with a banjo. And then let's get into, what do I want to do first, man? Let's do some Sicko action. How about that? Yeah, I say we do some sicko action. How about that? Okay. Yeah, I'm just listening to Joe cut up here. He's cutting, he's spitting right now. Satellites are always on. See, Roman Reigns is going to be in a movie. Yeah, we got all that. WWE news coming right up. Everyone's dropping profanity. Well, it's the go-home show. We got to really spice things up for the sickos. And Aquaman scheduled for after this, so we got to hurry up and wrap things up. If they're really about it, they do blood and guts and they put one or whatever. Oh, yeah, I guess Anarchy in the Arena will have Marina. And if they don't just add Willow and Marina to the match, they're pussies. There, I said it. At this point. So now MJF is just doing Ric Flair shit. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called the Sicko Segment. So, Ray Phoenix could have been a top single star in AEW Neckbeard's post. So look at these bots. The exact same post. Ace Humphreys, we found his burner. Protect Tony Khan. So these are the same people, or they're literal bots. You know what I mean? Or they get a mass memo. It's what they do. I'm sorry. This has been proven in other industries. We're not going to act like it's not happening in pro wrestling. These are just controlled bot accounts. And I'll take 10 fucking people who try and defend AEW storytelling and shit over bots like this, you know? Because this shit just muddies it up. They've proven that like Russia and shit have owned whole like Facebook groups where they've tricked people into, you know, like they have this shit, this bot farming shit has swayed and skews numbers on things and everything. It's fucked, man. It's a real problem. And X has a real problem with it. And I notice a lot of bot purging's been going on everywhere. Instagram, X, YouTube, you know. So you just got to, I don't know, just roll with it, I guess. We're just rolling with the punches. But these people are literal beep boop beeps, R2s, R2. So Ace Humphreys here says, Ray Phoenix could have been a top single star in AEW if he had the right attitude, but instead he acted like a child on social media and is pretty much burying his career at WWE. And then this dude goes beep boop beep 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 boop boop. No, translation. Ray Phoenix could have been a top single star in AEW if he had the right attitude, but instead he acted like a child. It's a copy and paste. So protect Tony Khan, just block all these people. Because what they're trying to do is what AIR Gold got stooged doing when his DMs got posted by SRS or whatever. AIR Gold was like, we should all like each other's shit to make money. So imagine this Ace Humphreys guy or whoever this is has 4 accounts like this. And he likes the shit and all the sickos like it and they retweet. And there's people like AR Gold with 12 fucking bot accounts and they're all doing that to each other and retweet and liking it. And then they're running their revenue up because X can be like, oh, advertisers, we get this many billion impressions when really a bunch of it comes from this shit. And then they tweet the copy and paste shit out. Just block them all. So the opposite effect happens. You guys know what I'm saying? We have to limit their reach and shit. Anyways, Jakara, and not for like supporting AEW. That's not what it is, but it's clear bot simps like that, you know? So Jakara Jackson or what's her new name? Sade. I know that. I forget. I don't want to fuck up the first name. Jamara Sade. I forget what it is, but anyways, She has blunt responses to fans asking about her personal life. Right? So people ask, are you single? And she responded, bye. The fan's like, what'd I do? Someone's like, why so rude? I'm just trying to talk to you and get to know you. And Jackson said, just ask about my Cash App or making money moves. It's all just about like marking marks in for money. You guys get it? This parasocial shit everybody tries to do with wrestlers. This is why there's egos about them, because they're fucking carnies who are trained to just rip you off. Your kids, your mom, your wife, you. They're just trying to fucking work you into some shit. Okay? So this lady here, Sade, and again, I love Jakara Jackson. But do you guys know, like, hold on a second. We said, hey, there might be more factors behind these releases. That's a fucked attitude, man. It's got to be bigger than just, and it is about, hey, we're working marks out of money. I say that. I shout that to the heavens. At the end of the day, that's what pro wrestling's about. We're trying to garner heat. We're trying to sell tickets. So how do we do that? We work a shoot. How do you work a shoot? You garner you garner heat. You sell more tickets. Believability. You make people, or just also the believability or the what if factor. Like, well, I mean, is this real? What if it is, that whole thing. So we got two ladies now who've left WWE, and, she's just like, yeah, don't even talk to me unless it's about my Cash App or whatever. Now, I don't know, man. That's her prerogative. I don't know. Weird to. I'm not saying don't support people, but like, goddamn, is that why go on live then? You're not gonna like look at the peasants. You got to look at all chat. That's why I check in with chat. You know what I mean? Super chats and all that shit's welcome. I really appreciate them. Supports what I do. It helps what I do. Makes it so I can do it more and more, and bring you guys better, bigger, and better content as we grow. But at the same time, man, that's pretty wild of an attitude. That's Kora now and Jackson. Like, pretty much just fuck you, pay me, which is a fine attitude in your business shit. But when you're on your IG Live, you're trying to interact with your fans. That's literally the purpose of it. Or your audience, as I like to call it. Your listeners or viewers, right? So it's weird that you would just be like, don't even talk to me, bitch, unless, I'm not saying you got to stooge your whole life, but like, just post your Venmo and say, guys, donate or leave me or unfollow. If that's what the attitude is, you might as well do a Logan Paul crypto scheme then, like the fucking Haktua coin or whatever. If that's what you're, that's all I'm saying. Like, if that's what you're fucking, if that's all it is to you, then, anyways. Vince Russo, bro, he made a list, bro, and it is called the Mark List, bro. Vince Russo, bro, he dropped a bomb on the internet wrestling community, bro. He says you are a mark if you have convinced yourself that professional wrestling is real, bro. Professional wrestling is the most, bro, it is the most important thing in your life. You're a mark, okay? You own a lot of black shirts with pit stains. You don't just want to go to a wrestling show, but you want to be a part of it. Vince, that's literally you, buddy. That's literally Vince Russo. You sing along with the wrestlers' theme songs at the top of your lungs, so you don't go to a concert and sing along at the top of your lungs. obviously this is like a joke fucking list to trigger everybody, but I got to give hot takes, right? That's what you guys are here for. Dave Meltzer is your god. We agree. Work rate in fake wrestling matches is important to you. Okay, let him cook. Let Russo cook. No. You hate any form of entertainment in your wrestling, bro. You orgasm, and he does it as Jim Cornette. I'm not going to steal Jim Cornette's bit, but he fucking covered it. Go check it out. He's like, no surprise, he doesn't even know how to spell fucking orgasm. You know? How funny is that?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You organism over Japanese wrestling. You are opposed to seeing attractive women in wrestling, bro. You walk around the arena with a championship belt over your shoulder, bro. Not like, I know people laugh and cringe at that. I'm not a big belt collector guy. When I was a kid, I would buy like the foam ones with the plastic. You know, those ones were lit. I had a bunch of those, right? As a grown adult, I don't own any belts. There's none where I'm like, oh, I want to drop $1,000 on a fucking belt. It's just not worth it to me, you know? But I don't hate on people who fucking do either. Like, it's a collectible thing. I get it. The whole thing with wearing them at the show, like, that's where you bring it. You know? Like, what is everybody supposed to sit around in jackets and shit? There's kids there. That's where you're supposed to, like, cosplay as Macho Man and stuff like that. So, I don't know. A lot of people make jokes like, yeah, if you're a grown man and you have your wrestling title at a wrestling show, that's lame. It's like, what if you're getting it signed or what? I just think that's such a lame thing to judge someone over, but I also don't do that. You know what I'm saying? You rent, like, not that I think it's lame, but it's like, I just wouldn't do this. It's not my taste. I'm not going to dress up like Roman Reigns and go to a fucking show, you know, or I'm not going to, unless it was like a party, like dress up like wrestler party or something. I'd have fun doing that. But, anyways, you rent space free of charge in your mom's basement, bro. You are part of a tribe that loves one wrestling brand and hates the other wrestling brand. You hate Vince Russo, bro. I invented The Rock, bro. I've invented Stone Cold Steve Austin. You were offended if anyone refers to you as a mark. Oh, well, you know, mark is like saying the N-word to a wrestling fan. Just ask those guys like Cuervo. There's so many of those people like Cuervo over there, Brian. And those guys are called marks, and they think it's like the N-word. It's funny when you can, like, it's funny because Dave, like, said that shit that I just said. And you can mash it together into a bit, but ultimately, like, that's what that man has said in his days covering wrestling on this earth. Not to make it about him again, but Russo says, you honestly believe Triple H or Tony Khan are true bookers of the year. Okay, Vince, this is stupid. And I'm going to tell you why. Because who then? Rossy Ogawa? Who's the booker of the year then? We're talking about, let's say all the wrestling companies are objectively shit. And we're like, all these shows are shit. They're not making money. They're falling off. There's still a best of one of them. Right? If we all hopped in the exact same car and started racing at the exact same time, took off from the line at the exact same time, same make, model, everything, someone would still win that race. Do you know what I'm saying? There'd still be just a better driver. Right? So someone's still the shittiest or the best. Right? Now, there's some subjectivity to it, but then there's objective factors like, you know, measurable data, if you want to look at the numbers and stuff like that, that can, you know, equate to, okay, I guess objectively this would be the best booker because the whole point of booking wrestling is to promote your promotion and, you know, sell houses. Otherwise, we'll just film this in a backyard with nobody or at a studio or something. Anyways, you cried when Cody Rhodes finished his story and beat Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. You cried when, okay, you make every excuse in the book when your brand's rating is down for the week. Yeah, so Russo was smart. He got everybody talking about this, and he just shit on everybody there. So AEW Defender is like, thanks to Darby Allin, AEW has officially reached heights that the WWE never will. Sorry, I had to say it. And then this guy's like, I wonder who WWE is going to send there. As we all know, WWE always wants to copy AEW. And then this guy, see, they all have me blocked too. So like they just like hump. They're in this bubble where they're like, yeah. Right. And then Defender goes, they're going to be calling up billionaires to see if they're still selling tickets to space. And then this person's like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. And then you go back, boom. JBL climbed Mount Everest and put a fucking WWE flag there like over a decade ago, guys. So, again, sickos are gonna sicko, but it's utterly ridiculous. The way it's like, who are they gonna send to copy? Aren't you we study wrestling? We're sophisticated. We're the intelligent, low IQ trailer trash. What did he say? Low IQ trailer trash, fucking like WWE. Where is it? I have a fucking. Where is it? Did I not put it on the fucking soundboard? I thought I did. Oh, yeah.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
Poor and stupid people love WWE. Right? So they just didn't even know this. And then they're talking shit amongst each other ignorantly, and they're spreading ignorance. And it's pretty fucking crazy. And I blame people like fucking Meltzer and shit. Here's Belts by Dan, the most bitter, just a bitter, miserable motherfucker. Okay? They should put the title on Logan Paul, so when he's federally indicted, and then he spelt indicted wrong. Doesn't indicted have a C in it? I'm actually going to check right now. Yes, indicted has a C in it, folks. The silent C. So when he's federally indicted, it will give the company all that mainstream exposure they desperately crave. And I was like, I think I quote tweeted this or I screen grabbed it and I was like, who's desperately craving attention with tweets like this, buddy? Who desperately wants their belts? And I don't want beef with Belts by Dan, but like, fuck, bro. He's made belts for like everyone and the 2K games he's designed belts for, but not WWE. So he's just a bitter cunt against them. It's just what it is, man. So then here's Babe Dalla, who puts out a fucking press release. And I was like, yo, I quote tweeted this. I was like, so do they got your Cash App or do they PayPal you or do those checks come in the mail? Like these fucking journalists. And we have Dave Meltzer doing this too. We're going to talk about this later. Dave Meltzer's like, oh, you can find them on Tubi and on this pay-per-view outlet and 6 p.m. Eastern. What the fuck, man? Could you imagine if I was posting, guys, make sure you tune into SmackDown, 8 p.m.? Then you could call me an e-drone. You know what I'm saying? This is fucking wild, man. So Baydala is going, if you are in the United States and want to watch this Sunday's AEW Double or Nothing pay-per-view, there are 4 ways to purchase and watch the event, excluding the traditional cable and satellite providers. The available options are Prime Video, YouTube, and payperview.com. What? All priced at $49.99, except for one option, Fubo TV, which does not yet have a listed price and is the newest distributor of AEW pay-per-views. Like, what, did you all invest in this shit? Like, it's an exciting development considering the who and what regarding Fubo's ownership and their streaming model plans going forward. I think it got AI to write this. You can tell how AI writes, okay? Especially if you play with it, and I've played with it a bunch, man. You got to always be, even if it's something people are like, fuck this, and we're never going to get to a day where AI's writing movies for us and shit. It's not going to happen. AI might write movies and people will punch it up or whatever, but we just won't get to that point, but we'll get to where AI replaces all the VFX and shit. You know what I'm saying? But we're not going to get to like, oh, AI. That just won't happen. That can't happen. I'm telling you. It's if you've ever played with AI writing, it's like nonsensical, but you can tell the way it writes. And I'm not accusing him of shit, but just with the dashes and the ampersands and that. What is the... I believe I got it right there. Yes, the ampersand. You guys know what that is? Like where you use the and. AI loves doing that. Okay? But you got to stay up on the shit is the point I was making. Like, you start playing with it if you're like a techie guy, even if you detest it. I use Photoshop and shit. I fucking will play with AI here and there. I'll AI enhance images, you know? I'll do shit like that. But mostly I just rip shit from Google and I try to keep it, you know? But you got to play with and stay up with to date so you're 2 steps ahead of it. You know, that's the way I've always viewed tech and shit. I think that's why I'm good at YouTube and stuff. You know what I mean? You just got to stay up to date with it because you never know. I'm not saying like go code, bro. But anyways, I just get like AI vibes from this. Like he copy and paste and was like summarize this info. And then he just added some hashtags. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it just feels very AI-y to me. The way that, yeah. Anyways, we'll just continue along. I could keep pointing out where and why I think that, but anyways. For those unfamiliar with Fubo TV, Fubo is a streaming, like this part makes me, it's very AI-ish. Anyways, Fubo TV. Fubo is a streaming television service that serves customers in Canada, Spain, and the US. The service focuses primarily on channels that distribute live sports. On January 6, 2025, Fubo agreed to sell a 70% majority stake in its VMVPD business to Disney and merge with its Hulu Plus live TV business. The merged company will be led by Fubo's executive team and remain a public company, albeit with Disney holding majority control of its board. Fubo and Disney also announced on January 6, 2025, that they additionally entered into a new carriage agreement that will allow Fubo to create a new sports and broadcast skinny bundle that will include Disney's ABC, ESPN, ESPN2, SECN, ACCN, ESPN2 wrote that twice. Fucking ChatGPT wrote this. ESPN2 twice. It's the little things, man. I could dissect this all day. This is an AI tweet, bro. What a fucking hack. And ESPN Plus networks. So good for them, but why even say all this? Like, what are you, a streaming? When Evolve went on Tubi, did you go on a rant about Tubi? Or whatever the fuck? Like, what's going on here, dude? So, yeah, just beep, boop, beep, like, fucking, where does that check get cashed? Or who signs that check? Fucking wild, man. So, we have Sicko Wars, right? I'm staying out of this. I got no comment. I just fucking Sicko Wars. So, Voices of Wrestling, who are like the biggest sickos, man. These guys will try and profit off people's death and shit. They're real sick sons of bitches. And they say the bizarre story of inexplicable carrion cross propaganda flooding Twitter. Right? And then Sean Ross Sapp responds and he's like, the bizarre story of a personable dude taking things into his own hands and producing and pitching segments that shows he's a personable dude, and then an audience discovering that he's a personable dude and getting more attention and fanfare as a result instead of not being on TV at all. Based Ross Sapp today. Right? He is right. But Sicko Wars, man, they'll eat each other up. Absolutely. But yeah, Sean Ross Sapp with a W. Juan Ross Wap there, guys. But Fightful, though, taking a big L. Rest in peace. So Kate from Fightful follows up with a legendarily epic, infamous white lady Karen, by the way. Kate from Fightful. I guess, posted this somewhere. And I asked motherfuckers, I went, wait a minute. Is this a joke that Dominic made and she's quoting it to try and like drive home, look how gross WWE is? Or I was like, did she really say this shit? And people were like, yes, she did. Hey, she needs to shut the fuck up. Okay. I'm just gonna like, this lady is angry, bitter. She's one of these white lady Karens who's like obsessed with racial shit, weirdly, in a weird way. Like, I'm indigenous. I'm mixed race. Where's my people of color, I guess, in the chat? Let me know who you are and fucking, doesn't this shit cringe you out sometimes? When these ladies just like, come on, relax. Okay. Get the fuck out of here with this shit. And don't say shit like this. You're not the arbiter of this, of who determines this, right? So I don't know if this is a tweet in her report, whatever. I asked, did she really say this? People were like, yes. And then I clarified. I was like, yo, did they say this on WWE in any way, shape, or form? Motherfuckers were like, no. I'm like, this white lady's wilding. So she said, Penta continues to feud with a disgusting insult to his entire heritage. Fact. And she posted it like Ric Flair. So why is it caps here? Like, a disgusting insult to his entire heritage. So I was like, is she quoting WWE there? I just don't understand. Like, where did this happen? Is this like a drunk tweet? Or where did this come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe, right? So Penta, she says, Penta continues to feud with a disgusting insult to his entire heritage. Fact. Whoa. You guys know what I mean? Like, you're a fucking real sick.
Fucking Mark!
You're a crazy ass lady. With all due respect, ma'am, you're losing your fucking mind. Pretty crazy for her to say something like that. Anyways, right? Am I off? Is that weird? I think that's pretty fucking weird. Anyway, right? You get called a weirdo for covering these folks. Well, what if when they do weird shit? I think that's weird and obsessive to keep bringing up the race stuff and to say that stuff. How about that? Throw it right back at you. So Bunny's McIntyre says, y'all genuinely need to seek professional help. So someone created a Twitter account with a blue check mark, Zoe Stark's knee. And it's like a zoom in on her knee. Like, I'm all for a good troll. It's kind of funny, but it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's got time to do shit like that. And this is like, I don't mean to laugh. I really don't. You guys know when Zoe shit happened, we were live on the show. You guys know I was disheartened and like, fuck, man. And I'm the guy pushing. She needs to be in that Rollins faction as the lady in that Rollins faction. So, I'm not distraught by this at all. Like, I can appreciate a good troll. But why? Give it a week, man. God damn it. Jesus Christ, it's so soon. So John Alba, okay, infamous sicko, wacko, if you will, he had a bit of a melty on people over AI, and he brought it up, and then people just started coming at him, and then he just kept going, like on and on and on and on about it. But John Alba is like, AI slop is the worst, man. This post has thousands of likes and comments. No one realizes it's AI. We're so toast. So this is Rock and Roll Universe, and I guess they're talking about Bruce Springsteen. Everybody's mad right now because Bruce Springsteen, like, let his political views be known or something. And he's like washed, I guess, now. I don't fucking know. I don't keep up with all that stuff. I think it's cool he's still out there rocking and shit, but John Alba loves Springsteen like a lot. We know that. And so he's mad, I guess, that I didn't read this whole thing. I'm not going to. I guess they're mad at Springsteen or whatever. And Alba's like, AI slop is the worst, man. And then this guy posts here, Jonathan I. Blake posts using AI, mind you. Well, it's not. Here's the thing with when you Google shit now, it gives you an AI response. So now it's unavoidable. So now everybody's using AI. We've been using AI, bitches. If I Googled some shit, this even up to 10 years ago, if I Googled some shit and you Googled the exact same shit, we'd get different results on our first, like how results were aggregated to us. Everybody's known that for a long time. Okay? So it's been AI. People just don't, the way your Facebook feed shows up, what's recommended to you on YouTube, the algorithm, that's all been AI. So there's really no escaping it. We've all, but people will reject movies that are like, oh, this is written by AI. Trust me, people will reject that shit. And just the business itself, writers went on strike and shit. Other ones late in the cut. I don't know. I'm not going to lie. As a dude, I got work during that fucking writer's strike in Hollywood and shit, Like, I'm remote, and that shit didn't affect me. I got more work because of that. I'm not going to lie. But it's not like I didn't support. Like, I support, no, we can't just replace everything with AI. And it won't happen. I'm not even, like, fearful of it for 1 second when it comes to, like, actually writing the art and shit itself. Visually, though, it's fucked. Y'all are fucked. Anyways, though. Sports Illustrated scandal, which happened recently, refers to a situation where the magazine owned, and by the way, John Alba works for Sports Illustrated, okay? But the magazine owned by the Arena Group was accused of publishing articles generated by AI and attributed to fake authors. This led to a major shakeup at the magazine, including the firing of its CEO, Ross Levinson. So then Alba goes, what are you insinuating there, my dude? And then John's like, being a journalist, I would think you'd have a better grasp of the situation than some random on X, sir. Do you really need me to connect the dots and explain the irony? Sure, go ahead and explain the irony since you seem so certain of whatever you're about to say. John says, complaining about AI slop when you're currently doing work for a company that got called out and had a huge scandal about the exact same thing. Are you trying to skate by the fact or just blissfully ignorant of it? And then John Alba says, there it is. You were so close, man. Allow me to educate you since you were so certain. SI is no longer owned by the Arena Group. It's owned by Minute Media and was sold after that. The Takedown is a subsidiary of SI. We have extremely strict no AI guidelines. Try again. John, no, he knows that part. At least I'll give him that benefit of the doubt. And I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. But here's the thing, John. He just said the optics on it, though. So imagine InfoWars, Alex Jones, the black helicopters. There's gay frogs in my house right now in the swamp with Shrek. They're mutating, right? And imagine InfoWars gets sold to what's a right-wing thing? The Blaze or Daily Wire. Maybe are those right-wing ones? I'm pretty 99% sure about that. Daily Wire? What's the one with Ben Shapiro and those folks? Right? Those guys. Maybe I'm saying the wrong one. I apologize if I'm off on whatever. You guys get the point. Let's say it went to one of those doom and gloom even, okay? Let's say it goes to, I don't know, the Young Turks, one of these ultra-liberal doom and gloom ones as well, okay? And then people were like, and then you did a show on InfoWars, or like you started doing news for them, and people would be like, well, isn't this a conspiracy network? Right? You can't blame the optics for being that. Did I paint a good picture there, folks? Like, you're writing for SI. It comes out, SI's tagged in all your shit, SI Wrestling. And they're coming off the back of, I thought SI went out of business, is the one thing. Wasn't that a huge thing? They stopped printing the book, at least, the magazine, rather. Their physical media is no more, like Playboy. It's just like a website or whatever. And then they just came off the back of this like AI scandal or whatever, John. So that's what he's trying to point to you. Like, you got to understand how you being critical of this while working for this company that hasn't quite shed the skin of this thing. It's going to take some time before people take SI serious. Okay? Just like InfoWars, if they wanted to reinvent themselves using the InfoWars name as not a conspiracy thing, it would take time. That's the point I was trying to make. Did that make sense? Okay. So, and then Alba goes, response to himself and goes, not to mention you used AI to look that up. Well done. Quite the gotcha. No, everything's AI, Alba. Everything's AI, as I explained before. Your fucking Twitter feed is AI, bro. So you can't escape it. Googling anything, what it shows you on your feed was AI directed to you, as well as the ads surrounding it and shit. Okay? So it's just, I don't think you have a grasp of the situation, as the dude said. That John guy said that to you. I don't think you quite grasp the situation. And this isn't like a huge gotcha. However, it is like, I don't know, it's just ironic, and Sicko's going to Sicko, man. And he's pointing out, this is the other thing. He's accusing some Facebook post that doesn't like Springsteen of being AI slop because he likes Springsteen. Well, this person who doesn't like SI is or sees hypocrisy, is pointing out something that he dislikes there as well. So it's weird to cope over, like, quite the gotcha. You were trying to do a gotcha to this rock and roll site, voicing their displeasure over Springsteen, right? So I hate when people do this, like, you're obsessed. Yeah, I'm obsessed. I have a wrestling thing, dude. Yeah, it's obsessive a little bit. I'd say we all are, no? We're fans of wrestling. We tune into wrestling shows. We read wrestling news. Yeah. Okay, sure. I'll take, and then and it's like, you're obsessive too. You own you fucking, so it's the same thing here. Oh, this, you're being critical of me. How dare you do a gotcha? Well, you were being critical and doing a gotcha of that Bruce Springsteen hater or whatever, and that guy was trying to do a Bruce Springsteen gotcha. It's just a never ending gotchas. Okay. So shut the fuck up. Quit coping. Moving along. I'm on one today. And so Baydala again. Belligerent Baydala's here. And Julian Weeks quotes it and says, tell them not to show them on their broadcast. So anyways, Andrew Baydala says, it wouldn't shock me if you saw some notable WWE names in attendance during the Knicks-Pacers series. Pay attention to who is possibly shown. Yeah, you can, no shit. That's like saying you can expect Jack Nicholson at a Lakers game, right? You can expect Will Ferrell at an LA Kings game. Like, no shit. There's going to be wrestlers in attendance at these big games. Pay attention to who's possibly shown. All the ones that are in movies coming up. All the ones that got to promote movies that are coming out. We know, dude. Jesus. So this Mr. Nobody guy goes, this is where I wish WBD had a piece of AEW. Tell them not to show them on their broadcast. Imagine this, having this low level of understanding of any of this type of shit. Like, this dude's got to be trolling, but I don't think he is. Right? TNT works with WWE outside of America and shit. They're not, don't show them on TV. I wish WBD owned a stake so they could say, don't show them on TV. That would never happen. Okay? Anyone who tried to say that would get immediately fired and exterminated from the fucking television world. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was as Oilers score 2-1. Let me check in with chat. Mike Glass gifts Pro Wrestle Clips membership. Where's Pete Rocks, baby? Where's Pete Rocks, baby? We're going till Pete Rocks gets motherfucker. Come tell me how I was fucking wrong about all that AEW shit I just said. F1WGP7 for 5 says, not able to listen today due to work, but wanted to support your great work. Thank you. The best guys, Phil Marks. Hey, man, I appreciate you a lot.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
I'm on one today. I need to get some more iced coffee. So I think Jericho's going to do a run-in. But thank you. I appreciate you, man. I'm trying, and I'm going off today. This has been a fun one. I've been having a blast. 2 hours already, right? And we just got through Sickos. We still got AEW news, WWE news, and Dave Meltzer. I'm not leaving you short. And, guys, hit like, hit subscribe. Come on over from X. Come on over, babies. And come to YouTube. Vote in the poll. Which PLE are you most looking forward to? I'm going to quickly preview them all as well tonight. Woo, we got a lot. So your support means a lot. Come become a member, 99 cents. Hit like, hit dislike. Come tell me I suck. Come tell me I rule. And thank you for supporting. Mike Glass gifts another 5. Dude, we're going till Pete Rocks gets one tonight. I think that's what the fuck is going on, man. Mike Glass, thanks for supporting. And also, you can go to our Discord, which Lincoln Hawk will throw the link in our description. And you can see his funny AI-generated fucking, speaking of AI, Darth Sidious flute playing memes in the meme section. And I do big meme dumps in there, too. Usually after I do a video, I'll fucking go, oh, here's a bunch of stuff you guys should see. And then Mike Glass again for a 10 says, for the Illuminati and the Sith. And then Mike Glass again for 5. Jesus Christ, bro, you're just making it rain. I need fucking make it rain, make it rain, make it rain. I be drilling these chicks like Major Payne. When I make it rain, they be like, yo, do it again. Wait, am I singing R. Kelly? Maybe that's not the verse. I should go with. Maybe I should have did Fat Joe's or something. Start singing R. Kelly's. Wait a minute. No, don't clip that, guys. Okay. Thank you so much, Mike Glass. A lot of new flutes are on the way. Good. I don't know what that means. It's kind of scary when you say that with the devil, but good. We had someone in Discord too post something. TK Mark was like, yo, I caught Meltzer on a lie. He says he's always reported every show that's ever been canceled when it comes to AEW. He's like, but I searched his Twitter and he's never talked about Wichita, which I'm trying to get him to cop to or something. So I don't know, some investigative journalism going on from the PWT universe on old Wavy Davy.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
626 says, do not encourage Sith flute memes. Well, hey, I took your suggestion, 626, and they are in the meme section now. Okay, they're not going to be in discussion. So that was a good call, too. It just makes more sense. So thank you, 626. I might make you a mod of the Discord, too. So round of applause. You'll be joining Lincoln. Round of applause for 626, our guy. What is our name? Either a Fildo or Filluminati or the PWT universe. Okay. We have multiple gimmicks. Okay. This seems to be a mesh of the Filluminati, the Fildo era. I let you guys choose. And yeah, but listen, I don't know if we're at 100 likes or not. If we are, that's great. It's great. But joining us on the show while I get some more iced coffee going is Chris Jericho. He's got some breaking news here.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Okay, so Cash Monet's been a member for 5 months. Excellent. So round of applause for the thank you for that. I really acknowledge you, Cash Monet, and round of applause for all of you supporting and the Fildos, the PWT universe, and the fatties with a PH. Okay, so what do we have next on deck? Wow. Monet's in there. Should we listen to her cringe? We should probably another goal for the Oilers. 3-0. We're fucking crushing, bud. Here, we got to listen to Monet. No? I think that's super necessary, as Jorge Masvidal would say. Don't forget. Yeah, no, that ignore 626. That's not one. That's not one. I denounce people who identify as such. Okay, so Jamie Hayter cutting it up. So she's like, I don't have people running after me doing my dirty work. She says, but I'm a fighter. Sorry, I'm locked in, man. And the Oilers are cooking. I just want to give it its due because it's Monea. And I like studying Maya impressions. Look, she has another. Oh, no. So that's not a fourth belt? See, Jamie Hayter's a good promo, man. Thank you. Thank you. She lost the fourth belt. Yeah, I know that. But for a second there, I was like, oh, is that a new one? You know, like she got a fourth one somewhere else. And that's, they just didn't. Yeah. Mia Unworried. 10 more likes over on the Clips channel. Now let's hear Monet. Come on, Monet, say something. I have 5 belts. Okay, here we go. They're like cheering for her. Worry-ya? Did you all hear that? Worry-ya? Mia? Worry-ya? I would never worry-ya. Jamie Hayter. You have me all figured out. I am a more. Do you guys hear that? I am a more than just a. Fuck, dude. I'm the GOAT at this shit, okay? It's like I don't even need to improve it. I had it down immediately. And I'm not looking past you. That you are. It's just so subtle, man. I always get what I want. Holy shit. AEW Women's World Champion. Oh, man, you gotta love that. I am the greatest champion of all time. 300 and damn. So Jamie at Double or Nothing, I am a. Oh my god! It pops me. It's about leaving my legacy. That you say that you are. That cringe ass laugh she just did. J Dauncey Bus for 2 says, how does one become a PWT member? I see no link. You click join or whatever. Click join. And it's 99 cents, I think Canadian too. So if you're in America, you're like, holy shit, that's like 50 cents or whatever. I don't know what it is, but join up. And yeah, I don't see shit. Here, I'll drop a link. There's like a specific link you can just copy and paste. Or if you go into the description of this video and it'll say like join, become a member or whatever, it's right there. You'll see it. You can just click that link. It'll take you right to a thing where the join thing pops up. Someone guide this fool, John Dauncey Bus. Here in the description, I have to pull up my own video. Here we go. Now they're getting physical. Let's get physical. Physical. We got tons of more hot news too. Don't touch that dial. The lariat. Yeah, I love Hater. I love her look and shit. It's just, it would be better in WWE. And it's not one of those fucking being an E-drone thing. It's just the truth. Here, I'll post the link in chat. I think this link. No, we're not calling you stupid, bro. It's like YouTube's different, man. Like you get new features rolled out. Like check it out. They're like no, this isn't a YouTube one, but I got recently offered this thing where they're going to translate my pod using AI into all these different languages now. Like they're like, you are eligible if you want for early testing of this. We think your show would be great. I got, so I enabled it on my channels and hopefully we reach more people that way, right? So I don't know, but it's cool. Or it's like going to transcribe it. I think it might already do that, but it's like going to like AI voice, I think. I don't know if that's what it was asking me, but I opted in for it, So they just roll out shit and then things change, the layout. But that link I put in there, if you can copy and paste it, or however you can figure out how to type that in there, it'll take you right. The join thing will pop up. You just pick a membership. Anyways, so far, Phil is saying R. Kelly, Newton John, what a combo. Yeah, dude. And I rapped I sang R. Kelly, but that song was Lil Wayne in this bitch with the terror. Grab a handful of stacks, better have an umbrella. Right? I think I got the lyrics right. That's some old school shit right there. Anyways, what do we have on deck? What are we doing here? AEW news chat? Chat AEW news? Yeah, let's do that. Since we're reacting to it. So at the same token, though, I need to pull up AEW Double or Nothing card. And I just need like a preview of it on Wikipedia or something, so we can look at all the matches because I want to preview it. Pardon me. Yeah, this head cold, man. God damn, I better shake it before the weekend. I'm living for the weekend. You guys remember that show? The Weekenders? Here we go. Oh, he figured it out. Let's fucking go. Became a member.
Acknowledge me.
Appreciate you, bruv. John Dauncey Bus. Let's do the damn thing. Okay, so we have Double or Nothing this weekend. And I will preview that in just a moment. But first, let's talk about AEW news. First, let me sip some coffee. Okay. Delicious, wonderful stuff. Oh, and then he's on the Times channel. George, get him the link from the description in the Times channel to become a member for that one. Or I can do it quick too. Here, let me do it. Sorry, guys. We're just doing production shit on the fly. But no, we are going to talk about Double or Nothing. We do have some WWE news as well. So, again, don't touch that dial. We're going to preview Battleground. We're going to talk. I want to talk about TNA, or I didn't preview it. I might skip that tonight, guys, so we don't go over bloated, but we'll review it maybe on the Saturday show or something like that. Okay. So welcome, Jobber. No, it says he's a member on the Times channel, but I'll just post the other one in there just in case. Okay. Because there is 2 channels. So I know people watch on different shit. The replay goes on the Times channel. Okay. Here we go. So what, did Mina get an entrance? Did Tony Khan switch her music back again? Okay, so what's going on? Is Mina's music... So does she use her new shit when she comes out? Or is this a different dance? This is her OG dance, I think. So are they? I don't know, man. That music situation was so fucking weird. Here's the other link if you want to become a member over on both channels. Support what I do over there. That's just like where the long form stuff comes out, and it's it's where the replays are. Anyways, we babbled enough. We shilled the game enough. We did the damn thing enough. So it is time. Let's get an Ichi ni Sanda in the chat.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
So somebody asked, Elite Sports Stan asked Raj Giri, what do you think that was in regards to Collision just being booted off the air? And Raj Giri says, incompetency on someone's part, seemingly at Turner. The number of major technical issues that have happened over the past few years on AEW shows is pretty nuts. Yeah, they probably are just like letting people train on AEW. Like that's where they get value out of it too. They're probably just letting interns run it. You never see those kind of technical issues repeated during other live broadcasts on TNT, TBS. Never. They need to stop having the interns in charge of broadcasts. There you go. And replace them with people who have a clue. They just don't care. That's where TNT can benefit too from working with AEW. Well, it's the intern show. You know what I'm saying? So we move along here. Shout out Dustin Rhodes. A huge day for me. He celebrates 17 years of sobriety. So round of applause for fucking... And you're cool if you're not sober either. You know what I mean? Some people struggle with that shit, though. And I've had lots of friends and family who struggle with that shit. And so it's good to see someone who's able to come out on the other side. Break on through to the other side. Former WWE star Bishop Dyer, a.k.a. Baron Corbin, said the following in regards to his frustrations with AEW. So now is he just a podcasting grifter? Well, he is on Busted Open, so you know they're getting paid, Brian. So Bishop Dyer says, what frustrates me sometimes with AEW is you got Bobby Lashley, Shelton Benjamin, and MVP, and they look like $1 million standing in the middle of the ring. They got fancy suits on. They look good. They have sunglasses. But then the other two guys come out to cut a promo against them to potentially face them for the tag titles, and they look like shit. Tank tops, doesn't look like you got a haircut or shaved. I think there's some guys there that have to stop being so casual about their appearance on that show. Exactly. Hollywood it up. No, but in ring, bruv. We fall down, get back up in the ring, bruv. Fall down, get back up. What does me t-shirt have to do with that, bruv? It's just about being a superstar, bro. You're on TV every week. Jesus Christ, man. So this is the thing, too. When you turn on AEW, this is the sort of shit that stands out to people sometimes. Or a lot of the time as well. And they go, not for me. Dynamite ratings. They did a 588,000. Oh, this is a while ago. Wait, why is this bookmarked here? Jesus Christ, the Phantom bookmarks from January 3. I have that. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is going on? The Phantom bookmark opera, dude. The fucking bookmark grave, bro, coming back to haunt us, reminding us how bad they were doing in January. Holy shit, dude. Fuego del Sol reveals AEW frustrations. And he says, Tony Khan never had any true plans for me. And Fuego del Sol is now unmasked on the indies. And he said, I don't think Tony ever had any true plans for me. I think the fanfare and the respect I earned from the locker room almost forced his hand to signing me. He said he was only used when other top stars like Guevara or Rhodes wanted to work with him. And he says, I'm an outside puzzle piece that he just fits in when he wants. You could do some stuff with Sammy. Rhodes really likes you. When Cody wants stuff with you, we'll do stuff with you and Cody, but there was no real plan for me ever. Yeah, no shit. You're a fucking luchador jobber, dude. Lovable loser. I pitched going to Japan for DDT just to freshen up my scenery. And then I pitched taking the mask off and doing something different. I really do feel that I had become a lovable loser in a sense, and there's a stench I've been dying to get rid of since leaving AEW. A stench I've been dying to get rid of. Oh, dude, he's like, it's stinky boo-boo, caca, poo-poo, Tony Khan. Even Fuego del Sol is like, nah, dude.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Shit was caca over there, you know? Darby Allin has taken to social media to thank DDP after climbing Mount Everest. And Darby says, I don't know shit about mountains and was going to do this low rent place. Go to this low rent place. When I Googled how to climb Mount Everest years ago, and Diamond Dallas Page said, fuck that, and put me in touch with the right people to do this journey the right way. So thanks, Dallas. So blame Dallas, I guess. Blame DDP for that shit. Or actually, no. Not blame DDP. Thank DDP for his survival. Do you know what I'm saying?
Master need to obliterate.
Thank DDP for the survival of Darby Allin, because he made sure he did it the right way. You know what I'm saying? Toronto. Oh, buddy, in Canada, bud. Toronto, buddy. As first reported by the Toronto Sun, bud, AEW is bringing one of the biggest pay-per-views of the year, buddy. All out to Scotiabank Arena on Saturday, 9/20, cuz. Tickets on sale 6/2. Register for exclusive pre-sale opportunities and get early access. Find out what it's all about over here. So they're doing All Out. They moved it from Chicago, and they're going to Canada with it. We'll see how much tickets it sells. Yeah, I mean, Toronto, a famous wrestling city. You know, Canada's clamoring for big events and shit, I guess. Inflation's crazy here too, though. It's not like the economy's the fucking best as well. So I don't know. Hopefully they do well. Are they going to do 16,000 or what did WWE do when they came to Canada last? You know, are they going to do numbers like that? It remains to be seen. But All Out will be there. We'll see what they stack the card with. I'm sure Jericho will weasel his way back on that one. Kenny Omega. They have Canadian talent. And also, I'm interested to see what WWE tries to counter-program this with, because they've been doing a lot of that. It's the end of an era, though. They moved it out of Chicago. Why? Because they're doing a fucking residency there, and they've really blown Chicago up. Like, they've just run it so much, and they're scared to do shit internationally. They're scared to go to these small towns. Like, they got to start doing house shows and actually building a market for themselves. They just go to these same fucking cities and tap them out dry, and then they come to Canada. The way to do Canada is either do a residency and then one big show, or just come in for one big show. And we know that they'll get an appropriate sized ring there as well. So all we can do is hope that Scott doesn't show up. And then Tony Khan's like, well, who's Scott? And then Terrence and Phillip are like, Scott's a dick. And then Scott's like, oh, I wish you can, son. No, we'll do that bit every show now. Just because it pops so many people. I didn't know so many people know about that shit. I'm a huge South Park fucking fanatic, man. WrestleGraphs. So this is from Awful Wrestling. Already told you, non-researching IWCNN why Triller isn't showing Double or Nothing. Simple. AEW aligned with another crappy network. So Triller's been shooting the bed. I think they got sold. Some people picked them up. There was high hopes. I had some people on this show, I believe, who were like, well, there's high hopes for this. You know, I think some smart people have kind of been working with Triller, but I don't know. It is not doing well. But Wrestle Purists and a lot of people, I've seen a handful of people, and this is anecdotal, if you will, and that's fine, but just keep an eye out for it. A lot of people are out there asking, like, wait, where's this pay-per-view? Like, I'm not seeing it on Triller and shit. And they're fucking around because it's like, AEW on Max. And then they're like, well, Amazon. Well, now this time it's on Amazon and Fubo TV. But it's not on Triller, even though we've been on Triller forever. It's confusing for the audience. Meltzer, we're going to talk about it later in the show. He flat out lies and says pay-per-views are up. They're not up. Just because WBD's like, fuck, we need to use Amazon to show these more of these pay-per-views. It doesn't mean they're up because you invented an invisible 30%. Okay? They're not up. They're down in every metric, dude. So, and that's not to boo-boo on them. Just they can't get better if you fucking sickos won't let them get better. Okay? So Wrestle Purists say, as of this morning, AEW was not expected to make Double or Nothing pay-per-view available on Triller. AEW sources noted they are pointing fans toward Prime Video or YouTube. Jesus. Triller TV sources noted they are still hoping to come to terms to carry the show. So it's like a Rocky thing. Oh, will we not? What are they holding out for? Like, you never hear of problems like this anywhere else, dude. Just start a fucking AEW TV, Tony, and just start your own thing where you sell pay-per-views. People can pay a monthly thing, and then they can buy pay-per-views. That's how you know your true numbers. But anyways, yeah, that was via PWI. And yeah, it was just explained, like, look at Triller Group right now, dude. That's why. They're fucking can't afford it. No. Yeah, AEW just might be getting cold feet, or like Triller just doesn't do shit for them. And so when everybody's like, Triller doesn't do shit for them, and they're like, no, I watch on Triller. It's like, well, yeah, a few people watch on Triller, but no one fucking uses Triller anymore, dude. That was like a thing that failed, where like a bunch of celebrities tried to brainwash everyone with Triller, and it just didn't work, you know? So is what it is. But then this thing comes out. AEW promotes what platforms will carry Double or Nothing. So how to watch Double or Nothing, okay? We're going to go over this. On Prime Video in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom. On YouTube in North America International. On payperview.com for North America or International. Fubo for the United States only. Cable and satellite for North America, Triller TV pay-per-view international, Dave & Buster's nationwide United States, main event in Australia. So, guys, what is WWE on? If I were to say, hey, SummerSlam's coming up, what is it on? Netflix? Sometimes they're also on Peacock for Saturday night main event. Like, what does it come on? We don't have to do all this. And I'm not saying they're not making money from having all these different deals, but it's like spreading yourself thin, trying to feed more people instead of like stocking up food, putting all your food in one reserve. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're trying to spread the food thin, and so over time everybody's starving and then dying because it's more people not getting quite enough, instead of like feeding, 1,000 men and making sure that they can create 1,000, 2,000 more people. Does that make sense? I hope my analogies make sense here. I'm a fucking genius, and sometimes it's hard to convey what I think. No, but yeah, it's just spreading yourself too thin. I feel like, no, like, where do I? Just tell me where to watch the show, for fuck's sakes. Creighton Rabs. So WWE PLE's Peacock in US, WWE Raw, Netflix, NXT, SmackDown, cable. Pretty simple. Bickety bam. Right there. So, and I will check in with chat more in just a moment. I just want to trudge through some of this. Tony Khan claims AEW's Max deal is pulling in new cable viewers, but ratings say otherwise. So Ringside News, again, like anybody who actually crunches the numbers and shows their work can prove that the ratings are likely not adding new viewers. But Tony Khan, and he stays very vague and rarely talks about this stuff because he knows he can get away with it. And same with Meltzer. Meltzer knows he can just play invisible numbers all day, and there's no way of really checking him on anything. But in an interview with The Sun, Khan claimed the streaming deal has brought AEW a younger, fresher audience. No, it hasn't. The key demo's trending downwards, right? I've explained this unlike any other, how it's skewing older. This fan base, this is what happened to WWE. All the older fans were like hanging on, to the glory days. And then it started skewing where just like old motherfuckers were watching it mostly. Now it's young people again. And it's like a fresh, that's what's going on in WWE. And AEW, we're entering that era where we're into the second half of the first decade. And it's been 6 years. And people who were like 25 popping for fucking the Bucks and shit on Twitter are now like 30, 31, 32. They're having families and they're like, yeah, man, or they're just like growing up and are, Cheeto dusters. And, maybe that's the description for them. I'm unsure. But either way, like, you guys get what I'm saying. The Bucks aged out. This indie go viral for indie clip thing, that shit aged out, I feel like. And now they're just saying, well, it's obvious younger people stream on streaming services. Where's the evidence of that? It's obvious that young people pirate shit. And this is what we know is that people who pirate shit, there's studies that prove all this shit. Younger people pirate stuff. People who pirate shit will pay for stuff if it's reasonably priced. A big majority of them. That's proven in studies as well. But younger people are like sharing passwords, and that's why all these companies are cracking down on that, and they're using like their moms as Netflixes and shit. So they're just invisibly saying, oh, well, the young people skewing away from AEW. If it was WWE, he'd be like, look, the key demo, they're skewing away. But no, instead, he's like, well, they're just obviously watching on Max because younger people are watching, what's that show? Pit or whatever on Max. Like, what else is there on Max for them just to subscribe to HBO Max? AEW? No, man. People watching are illegally streaming or using their fucking parents' HBO Max account to watch it, bro. And they're password sharing and shit. And this is why HBO's cracking down on that really hard. So I just don't know where Dave's coming up with this shit. But anyways, or Tony. Tony's like, what's really changed for us this year? It's been a true game changer, sport changer for AEW's Max. Why doesn't the houses reflect that? Having AEW on Max has helped us reach new viewers, new audience, a younger audience, all kinds of people that have never seen AEW before. The houses don't reflect that. Maybe even some cord cutters that had gotten away from cable coming back into AEW now. It's great. Khan also asserted that AEW's traditional cable viewership has increased since the streaming rollout, saying even though we started streaming, more people are watching on cable, which is the complete opposite of what every analyst would have expected. It's great. I don't think more people are watching on cable. I think year over year, it's the lowest it's been. So I just don't think that that's the truth, man. But here's the thing. Those claims don't exactly hold up. Oh, am I sharing this? I want you guys to see these numbers and shit, brah. Here, I gotta wet the whistle. So, According to Nielsen data, and viewership on Dynamite averaged around 816,000 viewers and a 2.6 rating in Q1 of 2024. Justin, think about this. The other day, they're like, oh, a big boost in viewership, greater than normal, when they had a 688K viewership. Just 1 year ago in quarter one, 1 year ago, they were doing 816,000. And these sickos are victory lapping over fucking 688. They were doing 816,000 viewers and a 0.26. The key demo has been a 0.09, a 0.12, a 0.14. The highest when it gets like a 0.17, we're like, oh shit, a 0.19. Dave's like, huge. And the key demo just a year ago, a 0.26 and a 816K. So like Tony's just a fucking liar, dude. I'm sorry. And it's okay because he's a carny. Carnies are going to fucking carny. And I understand that from the wrestling promoter perspective. But at the same time, like, he's the statistical analyst guy. Liar! It doesn't hold up, man. So those numbers dipped to 619,000 and a 0.17, a 24.1% drop. A quarter of the people. A quarter of the people watching were like, have been like, fuck this in the last year. And the sickos still want to fucking, you're just an e-drone, man. Or are you dumb as fuck? And you like a shitty fucking wrestling show? You know? Drop in total viewers, a 34.6% drop in the key demo. 34, man. In the key demo in 1 year. Oh my God. Oh my God. They all just went to Max. Oh my God. Even weekly trends show the damage. Episodes in January 2025 barely cracked 600,000, while some falling to high 500,000s, an alarming decline. Still, Khan believes the Max partnership has added value. That move into streaming has injected a lifeblood into AEW that's been a really positive thing for the wrestlers, the staff, and the fans in 2025. People are just done being gaslit and shit. And this was the, like, it's been so many gaslighting things adding up. And this is what I was screaming from the rooftops. Like, stop fucking gaslighting. Because it's like crying wolf. It's eventually gonna catch up with you, you know, and people are just going to never allow you to get a victory ever. And that's what's happening here in fucking droves now. And people are just tired of the fake numbers. People more than ever on Twitter, like, I haven't watched AEW in forever. I barely tune into AEW and shit. And this is why. To be perfectly honest, man. And then sickos will defend it, and we're just tired of lies and stuff. You know, it's just annoying. 626 for 626 says they don't want to address the audience, so Ospreay will be wrestling in a shirt with a gravy stain on it at the pay-per-view, bruv. Bruv, we make changes on the fly, bruv. Tony Khan, bruv, changed Mina Shirakawa's music back and then back again, bruv. Listen to the fans. John Don Bus 1 became a member on the other channel. What a fucking gangster, dude. What a gangster. I had to shill it to you, man. You know what
Sometimes
they say.
in life, you got to be a hoe.
626 for 2 says AEW's in a 20s era dust bowl. Cheeto dust. Yeah, I mean, the start of the show, they went very, like, character heavy for a go-home show. Again, these types of things could be things that are spread out. Like Mina, after her match, had like just as long as her match was a brawl with Toni Storm and shit. And they're both babyface. So like, why not build and position people and do some of these things week by week? And then the show just ends with the same bullshit. Bumbacock Club tables. They're setting up table spots. Gabe Kids out there. It's, I don't know. It just is what it is, man. The show is just, it needs help. Not all of it was bad tonight. This was one of the less egregious shows. You know, I would say one of the more focused go-home shows before a pay-per-view for sure. And I'll give them points for that. The stretcher match, though, like they're doing a fucking stretcher match between Ricochet and Briscoe. Just out of nowhere. So we'll get into that in a minute. But moving along here. Warner Bros. Discovery credits ratings cut to... Oh, sorry. WBD's credit rating cut to junk status by S&P, citing weak linear TV outlook. Okay? So just be on the lookout. People are getting mad at me now, too. Oh, this stuff doesn't depend on Superman doing well. It fucking does, bro. They are in shambles right now. I think Superman's going to crush at the box office, though. It looks so good. Wrestling Observer. AEW Collision ends early on East Coast due to technical issues. And then the Observer. This story has been updated as both TNT feeds did not air the last 30 minutes of this week's Collision. So the Observer having to correct themselves. At least they've done that. AEW presents All Out. Chat, let me know when you notice who's there. CM Punk, Matt Hardy, Jade Cargill. Now, some people were like, oh, it's just some shitty third-party site, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I get that, man, but why is everything outdated? And then someone's like, oh, they have the same thing with Roman and Ronda on a fucking... Prove it. Where? Show me where that's a thing. And we've read and made fun of these TV guide descriptions, but those get fixed, you know? I understand having something out there before. It's just like, why is AEW, why are their trucks out of date and shit? You know, it's because it's just not focused, and they've never really known what to do. And it's not like this shit can't be updated. Like, you're selling an arena tour and CM Punk's on there. Like, that's not a good look. You know, people like, oh, it's false advertising. I don't know about all that. And you know, AI or whatever, they'll grab pictures from fucking Google and stuff. I understand that, but you need to aggregate that. Like, there's companies that deal with cleaning up your digital footprint and stuff, and they need to be on top of that. You know, it's all. We're just pointing that out as well. But it's just funny. It's kind of funny. I mean, this isn't like a huge L or anything. It's just kind of funny to see, like, we're coming to Toronto and then how outdated this is, right? So Tony Khan tweets out, the TNT Drama app, available on almost all devices, has the West Coast feed due to technical issues with our studio transmission. So yeah, we covered this to death, and Awful Wrestling was roasting them. Will Ospreay says he'd be open to being a Paul Heyman guy, bruv, if the opportunity was right, bruv. Yeah, who wouldn't be? And I just LMAO'd at this because it's like, bro, you had the chance. Like, don't even ask Will shit like this. All these people just use you to talk about WWE, and you fucking do it. God damn, man. The most interesting thing about you is you talking about and Fantasy Mark booking yourself in WWE. How fucked is that, bro? And yeah, I bet you would want to be a Heyman guy, but we won't know, and you'll never know. And it's funny, if the opportunity was right. Well, you had the opportunity. It was right. No, but it wasn't right for you. See, everything's on your terms, which is fine. That's a fine way to live life. I actually respect that. And I try to fucking live life that way too. But at the same token, that you can just, I don't know. You want to be the best? I want to be the very best. You got to test yourself, man, at the highest pinnacle, and that's WWE. So we'll never know now, will we, bruv? And the opportunity was right there. It maybe wasn't right for you because the upfront money and the dates, you didn't want to grind and shit. That's fine. But anyways, AEW Sky Blue walked the runway at ATLSW. The show's on Saturday. And I'm glad she can do this again, because I was critical of AEW. I was like, why do you have ladies diving on her and breaking her fucking leg? This is going to affect her modeling career too. And she's right back at it. And she has real opportunities outside of just wrestling already, you know, in the modeling world. I covered it a bit. I'm not super up on like the high-end modeling grind and all that. I don't know, but she has tons of opportunities there, and she's been featured a bunch. So here she is walking this runway at this show. It's satanic. They're all wearing satanic imagery. The Met Gala. They're praying to Moloch.
Once again, give it up for Lindsay Flores.
This is all Masonic ritual. Yeah, there you go. Hopefully you guys caught her there. I think she was like number 2 or 3. So good for her, man. Back doing the thing. Speaking of Ospreay, though, he says that he's been receiving backstage coaching and fine-tuning from Jerry Lynn. And he says, I've been working a lot with Jerry Lynn, bruv, and I'm fascinated by his knowledge and his tenure. He's really been helping me understand and break down a lot of things, bruv, which I feel I lacked and needed fine-tuning, bruv. Getting to work with the legend that is Jerry Lynn has been beautiful. So again, you would have had all of that in WWE as well and more as far as coaching and learning what. That's why you know it's not about that shit. Or when people are like, oh, they don't need a performance center or coaching or a PC. It's like even the fucking top guys. If you want to be a top guy, you got to fucking study and learn. Learn the business. You know? So imagine the help Ospreay would have got in WWE. But it's all good. Shout out Jerry Lynn. I'm sure he'll help him a lot. Because he was a technical guy and he was a high flyer too, you know? Congratulations to Darby Allin for reaching the summit of Mount Everest, top of the world. And I think it's a world record, like the first kickflip or something, or... Yes! Oh, no. I looked over and I just saw Dallas goal. No, I just saw goal flash across my shit. It was for Dallas. Shit! That's not good. Still 3-2, though. So Willow Nightingale confirms she has signed a new AEW contract. She says, that is true. Yes, I'm happy where I am. I think there's so much left ahead for me to do at AEW, things that I want to accomplish. But also, I'm just really excited to be a part of something when it's fresh and new. And like you know, I think we're past the years of finding our footing. It's weird because AEW still feels like they're finding their footing, Willow. That's the thing. And you're saying fresh and new, like you've been doing the same thing for a while. So Tony Khan just tweeting out. This is just a funny meme. Him just tweeting a bunch about, we're fixing this. The West Coast. The West Coast didn't get it. Triller app. No. This is great. Isn't it great? So Kenny Omega was streaming on Twitch for the first time on his own, and he didn't know how to shut the feed off. Now, he didn't pull a Snoop Dogg, but it was awkward and funny and kind of cute.
Must do a Jew. Goodbye, Smoochie. Good night. A bang. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. How funny is it that I don't know how to stop the stream?
And he did his dumb fucking sign off. Then he's like, wait a minute. Kenny, I'll work with you, dude. I'll produce your pod. Hit me up. He's trying to figure it out. How do I shut it off? That's when you just shut down the computer. Oh my god, dude. Should have did a test run. Oh, okay.
Hey, everybody. Bye.
Then he figured it out. Good shit, pal. So Darby Allin, he reached the top of Mount Everest, pulling a JBL, as we covered on the show. Congrats. After being violated repeatedly by himself on the internet, Alfred Konuwa violated him more, Ricochet, and here's He did a video where he did like a fake Vlad TV interview, except for it's Twitter Ricky. And so Ricochet, the Ricochet ratings watch is the first watch in wrestling where every quarter hour the numbers go down. So here's Alfred Konua, shout out Pro Wrestling Bits. And yeah, here's more. He's just continuing his assault on Ricochet here.
It's the Ricochet Ratings Watch. Take 1 minute out of your day and buy the Ricochet Ratings Watch. The first watch in wrestling where every quarter hour, the number goes down. 1 minute, it's 3 o'clock. 15 minutes later, it's 2:45. With state-of-the-art reverse-engineered chronographic technology, the Ricochet Ratings Watch is the only watch on the market that ticks backwards. I bought this Ricochet Ratings Watch in free agency, set an alarm for a very important meeting. It never went off. Now I'm out $2 million in my dream job. Fantastic. No, it's not fantastic. I have a whole family to feed. Give me my The Ricochet Ratings Watch comes with a talkback feature, which is currently in beta testing, so it's not all that good at talking. Ricochet, what time is it? It's time for Ricochet to be a top star in the best... I'm sorry, can I take that again? Oh, we're live, pal. What time is it? It's Twitter time. I went to sleep with my Ricochet Ratings Watch on, and by the time I woke up the next morning, it had posted a bunch of profanity-laced tweets on my account about its ex-employer. That's because the Ricochet Ratings Watch's reverse-engineered chronographic technology allows it to tell time backwards, so it spends 24 hours a day living in the past. The Ricochet Ratings Watch is available in black, white, and beige. The Ricochet Ratings Watch is
black, white, and beige.
It's non-refundable and comes with poor comedic timing. Act now, and for a limited time only, you'll get a free Ricochet ring watch.
Oh, man, good shit. Just continuing the all-out assault. Speaking of Ricochet, Samantha Irvin, his wife, Samantha Irvin, was in the studio with Swerve Strickland. They live-streamed it. Oh, dude, there's a producer just marking them in for money by the hour. I don't know, unless Swerve built this setup, man. Like, I came up in the days we built our setup and shit, and oh man, there's just people are just milking them for money. Guys, listen to this music. Now, there's a lot of people. You know, I have a friend who's won fucking Grammys for songwriting, for instance, and he's like, I'm sorry, but Swerve ain't even like a rapper, bro. He's just shit. Like, he's not even really, he plays this persona after the Hit Row gimmick. He's not even like a rapper, dude. Listen to his songs. He can't even rap. I don't mean to be a hater, dude, but really listen to that top rope catch a vibe. Like, his verses aren't, I don't think he really understands like what he's doing, really. And then you add Samantha, and it's just very wordy music. And I'm not going to become like, what's that guy? Fanta. Don't you wanna Fanta? What's that guy? Fantano or whatever. I'm not going to start doing his gimmick here, but you guys listen to this. We love music here at PWT. Let me know, is it Becca hot? Does it get a 3 because it's cool? Or does it get a 1 because it's done? You guys let me know. I wasn't feeling this at all. And someone's just marking them in for shitloads of music money per hour to be in the studio. And it all comes out of pocket, dude. The music industry is so fucking gnarly, man. Let's take a listen.
I wanna know what's made of. I wanna show me what you came for. It's inside, it's my time now. I like guys when no one's around. Slide on the ground, no one's upside down. Deep diving and grinding out. Let me show you what I'm all about. Looking thirsty, let me quench your drought. Let's do this exclusive.
Looking thirsty, let me quench your drought. It's just such like oh man, I hate to be we're gonna critique it. Hey, it's what I do. It's so like how do you explain this without being rude? It's not a bar. Like it's just very like, that's for sure. There's 4,000 people who said that same thing. There's better ways to say shit like this. I don't know. I feel like it's wordy. Am I wrong? I just don't feel like this is a bop. Well, maybe they didn't make it to be a bop. I guarantee we get a music video for this and it's on the AEW music channel or whatever. I guarantee they shoot a fucking music video for this, okay?
I like guys when the ones around. Slide on the ground, no it's upside down. Deep diving and grinding out. Let me show you what I'm all about. Looking thirsty, let me quench your drought. Let's do this exclusive. Let me take you down. Whatever you see in my body do is a representation of what I do to you. It's what I'm feeling inside. You know I'm feeling, you wanna see that it's one more time, press rewind.
This is what it is. And I hate to be like this. It's trying to do what other people have already done, but like it's in a very generic level, you know? What's unique about right now? I'll play you a Rico Nasty song. Show me another girl who fucking raps like Rico Nasty, for instance, you know? And even if you don't like her music, like it's fucking unique the way she hits those tracks, you know? Same, yeah, like that kind of, it's like punk rap almost, right? Like that, it's just like a unique take on that shit. You know, I've said this before, if you think like wrestling podcast is oversaturated, because Christ knows it is, man. Everybody and their mom's got a fucking wrestling podcast. Everybody and their fucking dog's a musician or a rapper now too, dude. It's crazy. And, you know, makes music as well. So, yeah, I'm not trying to just bury this shit. I'm a way bigger fan of Samantha's other song. I think Samantha's other song is way more focused and like her vibe. And then Swerve's like top rope, catch a vibe. That's catchy. Like it's a catchy hook. It's not a song where, you know, the verse in it is like, I don't even really understand what Swerve's saying in half of it, you know? But, yeah, it is what it is, man. I'm not trying to hate. I guess it sounds like I'm hating, but I'm a music lover. You guys know that. I'm passionate about it. I play lots of music before and during the show, and I always tap. When wrestlers make music, I try to always tap into that. Anyways, we watched Dynamite, and Double or Nothing, there's a stretcher match. So Mark Briscoe is beating the shit out of Ricochet with a stretcher on this show on Dynamite. They just out of nowhere are like, stretcher match. I don't really get why they're doing that. But hey, man, it is what it is. I guess they hate each other that much. I know they've been feuding, but to have a stretcher match is like someone should have like made someone get carried off on a stretcher, or I want to hurt you so bad that I want you to be in a stretcher or something. Career-ending implications. Mercedes Monea says that she wants to see Athena on AEW TV more. And then I quote tweeted this, and I'm like, well, then why the fuck didn't you put her over in the non-title match? Why the fuck don't you say, hey, I want to work with her long term? It's such fake bullshit. You don't give a fuck if she's on TV or not. You just see what fans say. And I do honestly like Monet. I like that she doesn't let fucking haters and shit. She's not sensitive. She'll like pipe back and forth with a Sicko. And she's even said shit to AEW sickos and WWE wackos. Like she'll go back and forth. She doesn't just like mass block people and shit. Not saying if she did, that would be a problem either, right? It's your fucking socials. You do what you want. But she's I don't know. She understands she's working. I'll give her that much, you know? But where it's bullshit is like, don't sit there and say you want to see Athena on TV more. You'd fucking tell that to Tony Khan then. And you would say, I want to work her a bunch. You're on TV all the fucking time. You're on all the pay-per-views. Say, I want to work her a bunch, and here's what I have in mind, and I'm going to pass her this title, the TBS title, so she's on TV more as your TV champion. Fucking Dallas. But yeah, so Athena hopefully is on TV more. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW News. Oh, no, sorry. That wasn't AEW news because we have to fucking preview Double or Nada, which we're going to do right now. So, yeah, I will. I am checking in with chat here. Dallas up 4-3. Yeah, that's some bullshit. Stretcher, I barely know her. Oh, 100 likes has been achieved. Fuck yeah. She's 100% fucking that guy. Who? Don't make assumptions like that, you son of a bitch. So, she can job to me again. Yeah, see, it's certain words. It's not every word, right? And there's another thing. I don't point out all the nuances because I don't want to give away all the herbs and spices, but there's another thing she does that I fucking do in my impression that I think makes it just so good, but I'm not going to point it out. I already give you guys too much. Phil, Samantha music is terrible. Let's be real. And Swerve is just bad. Thank you, Denisha. Rizzler raps better. Hey, how does that song go again? Yeah, I'm at Sizzler in the kitchen like Gordon Ramsay, and they call me the Rizzler. And I just hit the Riz face. I probably just butchered it, but whatever. I shouldn't know the words to that song, let's be honest. Man. Let's see. Horrible. I'd rather listen to Jericho. We have to see this video. I'm going to be a rapper. Was King of the Dot. Yeah, Toronto AEW. King of the Dot at All In. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Let's go, dude. Oh, how the F hasn't a Canadian NHL team not won a cup in 30 years? Yeah, dude. It's a goddamn travesty. So that's why in Canada, bro, we cheer for the Canadian teams, right? Like, I don't like Toronto. I don't like Montreal. I don't like the Senators. Well, they're okay, but I don't like Winnipeg. I don't like any of these fucking teams. I want to kick their ass every year. But if, like, my Edmonton Oilers get eliminated, or let's say you're a Leafs fan, but, like, even the Canadians, and they hate each other's guts, the Montreal Canadiens, you fucking vote for that Canadian team. You cheer for that Canadian team, rather. You support that Canadian team because you just got to back it, you know, but it is embarrassing. And Oilers choked in Game 7 last year. And this year, we're going to fucking turn that shit around, dude. Tom Green is a greater rapper than Swerve. True that. I just watched that clip. Bro, what the fuck? What a pull. I just watched that clip of Tom Green and Exhibit rapping on the Tom Green show like years ago. Right? And he's like, what you want to do? What you really want to say? Coming with a rap in an old school way. That shit was awesome, man. You're not really from Canada if you don't root for Toronto. No, that's a dumbass thing to say, right? So you are... No, I love you, Zane Vicious. I'm just twisting titties here. But if, like, I'm watching... No, that's not true. Like, no, in Canada, you support... Here's the thing, man. If you're in Canada and you, like, support other teams like Florida and shit, no one's shocked by it. It's not like you have to support a Canadian team. Like, we don't got as many teams as in the States, you know? But like, and especially with sports like NBA and stuff. But I do support Toronto, like the Blue Jays and the Raptors. Like, you got to pull for the Canadian teams, right? But yeah, as a Buffalo sports fan, I just want one before I die. I was hoping Edmonton would win. They're gonna, dude. Most Americans don't follow hockey, but you guys have the most teams and it's expanding. I think more and more Americans are following hockey, actually, every year. It's getting really big. Yeah, the OR. Tom Green, check the OR. You like it so... Oh, neckbeards! Right as I said it, check the OR. You like it so far? That's the shit, bro. Okay, so let's get into its preview Double or Nothing. I jumped the gun. We weren't even done our AEW segmente. And you know what they say.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
And you know what they also say.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
So Jamie Hayter and Mercedes Moné this is the Owen Hart Foundation Cup tournament final, and the winner earns a world championship shot at All In. Fuck, Monet's gonna go and collect all the belts from Toni Storm and shit too, isn't she? Or maybe Mina. Maybe Mina gets it off Toni, and then Mina drops to Mercedes because she likes working Mina, and Mina won that triple threat for New Japan. Or no, she got pinned in that triple threat, whatever. So, yeah, man, it's so messy and gross. I just really hate. You just know it's gonna happen. That's why people are tuning in, because it's gonna happen. It's like I already know what Mercedes is gonna do. Why would I watch this shit? So the Hurt Syndicate, Lashley and Benjamin, take on the Sons of Texas, Rhodes and Guevara. Okay, and Monet's on the card. And Guevara's there, so maybe they squash that shit. It's for the AEW World Tag Championships, and they are the Sons of Texas are the ROH Tag Champions. So why not make it for both? Merge the fucking belts and be done with a set of them, and make your show interesting, or fucking do something to make people want to watch Ring of Honor. Fuck. So this is just happening because Timeless Toni Storm with Luther versus Mina Shirakawa. I mean, I'm here for this one, Eric. I'm here for this match. It's a healthy AEW match. But I just feel like we sort of passed all this. And then Mina, that's why I think Mina could get it. I think they're going to reward her, and I think Toni and her are really good friends as well, and they might give it to her, and then she can drop it to Monet. And then Toni does, and then eventually you do Toni Monet, unless the plan is and I know some people might say, no, that's dumb because of All In, the big show, they want to do the money match, but we're talking about AEW here. So it's always the booking. You're always like, why are they doing this instead of this? So the smart move, though, is you do Monet, Toni, title for title. Winner takes all, absorb the TBS title. Or maybe don't, if you guys like having a women's mid card. But I would just title for title, TBS and World on the line. Both of them, Monet, Toni. That's where the money's at for your biggest event, if you're going to do it anyway. And that's likely what they're going to do as well. But if it's me, I might do a little flipperoo with Mina. And if they did that, it wouldn't shock me. But that would also be, the smart thing, I guess. FTR, Cash Wheeler, and Dax Harwood with Stokely versus Daniel Garcia and Nigel McGuinness. Okay. All right. That's a thing that's happening. Cash and Dax versus Garcia and McGuinness. Like, are AEW fans even excited for that? So, Mark Briscoe versus Ricochet in a stretcher match. Just out of the fucking blue.
You fucking Mark!
And I'm going to give my picks the night of, as I do. You guys know that. Kenny Omega, Swerve, Willow, and the Ops. All three of them. Okay, well, that's dope then if it's like they're going to have the women involved. I like that. Death Riders, Moxley, Claudio, Marina, and Wheeler, and the Bucks in an Anarchy in the Arena. So, chat, what song do they play? What song do they play during the Anarchy in the Arena? Because that's the only difference between this and Stadium Stampede. Or maybe I have them backwards. I think Stadium Stampede is where, like, it's cinematic, and then Anarchy in the Arena, they just brawl while the music plays, right? So do they go with Swerve's music? Top rope, catch a vibe, then I swerve when I ride. Or do you think they just play the Wild Thing? Because I don't even think they use Wild Thing anymore. Tony they're going to play this one. Tony's like, I got it. A hit for the ages. It's a raining man. Hallelujah, it's raining, man. Hey, 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 man. While the Bucks are like flipping off the balconies and shit. Oh my god. Katsuchika Okada takes on Speedball Mike Bailey just because, bruh. Just because. The feeling, bruh. Yes, dude. I love how he's just like in a random match with Okada. Mr. Okada And then we have Adam Page versus Ospreay. I mean, this match will be cool. They're building it up well on TV. It's the tournament final, and then the winner earns a shot at All In. It has to be. So my whole thing is like, when does Darby come back and win the title? I thought that for sure was going to be what happened, but no, I think they go with like Ospreay finally dethroning, because he's their bruv. He's the, he defends AEW and all that. He's an AEW guy, bruv. So, yeah, I think that is what they do. Ospreay versus Moxley for that title, and Ospreay finally defeats Mox and puts an end to all that shit. So, yeah, that, ladies and gentlemen, was our preview and our hot news for AEW. We got to get into WWE news here. The show's going long, but I love it, and I love it, and I love it. Got gangsters in the crowd, man. Bitches at my shows. Parked out front, and they sitting on post. Creighton Raps for 5 says this year's theme for Anarchy in the Arena, the theme from Benny Hill on loop for 25 minutes. Oh man, I do the Chili song. I want my baby back, Chili's baby back ribs. I don't know why. Oh man. So funny. Did Darby cough and drop off Everest? Pardon me, I think I need a lozenge. Ospreay can always turn heel and beat Darby, right? But guys, the prediction was like Darby's gonna get off that mountain, and then he's going to go on and be the one to dethrone Moxley. Well, no, because All In, like Double or Nothing, Mox ain't dropping this belt. He's not even in a title match. And then at All In, he's fighting either Ospreay or Hangman. More like obviously not Hangman, because he's already been there, done that with Mox. They're like 50-50 against each other. So it's got to be Ospreay, right? And then Darby comes back to what? Do they just do a tweener? 2 baby faces, bruv. And then that's what'll happen. And then they'll just move away from the Moxley stuff as if it never even happened. Jesus Christ. I'm snotty as fuck. This head cold's getting to me. I might need a lozenge, brother. Please don't get annoyed of it on the microphone. By it, rather. On the microphone. Ugh. So, Botchamania just used the Benny Hill intro. Okay, then it's hack. We can't do it. No, I love Botchamania. I'm just joking. I'm going to predict Willow is going to have the spot of the night with Marina. Those 2 girls will do something crazy. Keg stand. Yeah, I could totally see her doing something wild as fuck. Because she has that hardcore element to her. Moxley losing to Darby in October is the plan. Villain laid it down like the best made plan. Ricola. Moxley's losing to Darby in October is the plan. Are you sure about that? It wouldn't shock me. Or just whoever has the belt loses to Darby in October. Okay. Let's get into some WWE news. Edmonton's desperately trying to tie it up right now. Okay, so where's my breaking news? So WWE's NXT on the CW event, originally scheduled for Tuesday, May 27th, 2025, at the Yuengling Center in Tampa, Florida, has been canceled out of nowhere. At the time of cancellation, approximately 1,700 tickets had been distributed. The NXT event was part of WWE's Memorial Day weekend takeover in Tampa, which included Saturday night's main event, Battleground, and Monday Night Raw. As of now, Saturday night's main event and Monday Night Raw are nearing sellout status at the Yuengling Center, while Battleground has surpassed 6,000 tickets distributed. So, yeah, man, almost $2,000 for an NXT show. I don't see why they'd cancel it. This is next week's taping. There could be a problem with the building, why they pulled out last second. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on that, but strange that they would just cancel a show like that last minute. Oh, this is for WWE Raw. So, again, WWE has been putting a lot of attention into international recruitment in recent weeks. This is via PWI. There's been talk internally that they are lining things up to finally launch not NXT UK, NXT Europe later this year. And I just tweeted out, and I get no love when I say shit, 9 likes. And I go, yo, PWT told y'all this fucking months ago. Start listening. You know? Start listening to me, man. I told you guys, yo, the next time Triple H won't just focus in the UK, it'll be a Europe as like a whole. We've been talking about this, bro. Here you go, right here. Now PWI's got the scoop. I don't care. I'm not trying to break news. I don't give a fuck about that. But yeah, I just want you all to stay locked in here because I'm telling you. Now, NXT Mexico will be a thing, more than likely. But it will not take over AAA. So listen to me on that one too, okay? AAA will remain its own thing. But NXT Mexico might also become a thing. The UFC just opened a performance center in Mexico, and they're doing the same thing. They're eyeing the same countries. It's all TKO's vision and where they have connections already and dots they've already connected with UFC. That's why I'm able to puzzle piece it together and tell you this shit. Because in UFC and TKO, there's like a European initiative. It's not just like one country. They already kicked the door down everywhere, right? And Triple H's vision for this was always bigger than just the UK. But with Vince, we should start with just the UK. It's a rich talent pool, lots of feds that we can pick from and everything. So NXT Mexico will be a thing. And then we're going to hear all the dirt sheets be wrong again about them not changing AAA. And yeah, we're going to see it pop up other places as well. We know that Dana White's looking at Africa. There's a lot of like political turmoil going over there now in like South Africa and stuff he's eyeing up. But so I don't know how long that's going to take. But yeah, they have a PC in Mexico. There'll be a performance institute in Mexico too. Mark my fucking words. Okay? Fatty Boom Batty Phil here is dropping bars here today. Mark my words, there'll be a fucking performance center in Mexico. And yeah, but Triple H will do its own thing. And then Europe, they can expand beyond just the UK. And then, I don't know, hopefully one day things chill out with Russia and all that shit. And maybe we can, they can produce some talent and everybody can be friendly and peaceful. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? But yeah, stay locked in here, man. So WWE has significant interest in signing Zozaya. I don't even know who this is, and are pursuing him following his trial with the company. Those spoken to close to Zozaya, weird sentence, mentioned that he is finishing up university in June. It is believed by sources that any talent signed from the trial will begin with WWE by September. So he's like a European guy, I think. Logan Paul crashed out on Jey Uso on the Impulsive podcast. Can I get a fucking yeet? And fuck the Dallas Stars.
I didn't do this. I didn't do that. But Jey Uso, someone who, in my opinion, is very clearly a copycat. He is a person who is cosplaying a champion, has the World Heavyweight Championship, which is something that I want. because I'm in the WWE. I'm one of the biggest draws they have, if not the biggest. And the fact that I do not have a title on my waist right now is a detriment to the entire company. So yeah, I'm wrestling Jey Uso May 24th in Tampa, Saturday night's main event. And the way I see it, I think Jay is like, look, he's entertaining. He's in the bloodline, right? Got that family of wrestlers. He's like a second or third generation wrestler, but you just don't have that championship aura, dude. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You couldn't even come up with your own catchphrase, so you took mine. You have a great entrance.
Did Logan Paul invent yeet, or does he think he invented yeet? Is he trying to take credit for that? Because that's fucking dumb. But obviously he's just healing, cutting a promo. Like, this will work, obviously. But I dissect and react to shit. Phil S. Marks for Smarks, okay? But also, he does have championship aura. In fact, that's really all a lot of people want to give Jey Uso. Oh, he's a catchphrase and he's over, which is all Cena was. Cena was 5 moves, the 5 moves of doom or whatever, and he fucking just had aura and charisma, could cut a promo, could work anyone, work the WWE style, translate it to everybody. And so that's what Jay does. And for people in 2025 to be like crying about that is fucking hilarious to me.
The song, right? Like cool, but you can only live off the hype of a beat for so long before you have to face the music. And in this case, I'm the music. And when Jay's in the ring with me, he's going to realize, and so will the rest of the WWE universe, I'm the superior wrestler. I'm going to say it. You know it's true. Logan Paul hate is forced.
No, it's not forced, dude. Okay, do we need to go there? Are we breaking kayfabe, chat? Yeah. Okay, kayfabe out, but whatever. Like, dude's CryptoZoo scandal, CoffeeZilla, look at all that shit, okay? Right? That's why people hate you. It ain't forced. But in the WWE, maybe. But I will agree. I think Logan Paul is a better physical wrestler than Jey Uso. I'll even say that. Some people might disagree. I think he is. At the physical, athletic aspect of it, I think Logan Paul caught on way quicker, and at the level he's at already, you could argue he's like better at the physical aspect of it, you know? Promos too. So yeah, and that's not a knock on Jay whatsoever, you know?
WWE,
the highest level. WWE is the highest level for everything, you know?
Logan Paul hate is forced.
Well,
say. Oh, there you go. He just said NWK. See, even Logan knows. He just corrected it. He's like, I hear you, Phil. Logan Paul listens to PWT, confirmed.
Say whatever the fuck you want about me that's negative, about my ability to wrestle, about my
Oilers lost. I'm about to shut this shit off. It's okay though, like on the road, it's okay. We're the come from behind, pause, no Diddy. The Oilers are the come from behind Kings. We play better when we're like on our back foot every game. It's always that way. So next game, if we can win the one on the road, win 2 at home, then we go home. If we split the road games, I'm totally cool, bro. Like, I'm literally not sweating this one. We've been on our goalies have been on such a streak. Skinner 2 back-to-back shutout games, and then you have fucking Pickard, who went like 6-0 or 5-0 to start the playoffs or whatever it was. That's too hot. We got to fucking stumble somewhere, you know?
My ability on the mic, even about my ability to become champion and beat Jey Uso. It's not true. You're lying to yourself.
Well, Triple H agrees. Triple H agrees with you, Logan.
Yeah, Fox. Yeah, I'm Big Mike, Fox. Yeah, Fox. Triple H Hunter, I called him. He agrees with you, Fox. So Sol Ruka says WWE first reached out to her through a DM. And she was like, I don't know about this. Is this like the UFC? I thought it was like the same thing. I don't know how to fight. I don't want to do that. You'd be surprised at how many women. I used to work in a bar, and I was that dude who put fucking wrestling on. I don't care. It'd be on at least one screen. You could always come down to where I was at, and I'd make sure wrestling was on for, you know, the 2 fucking wackos who'd come on down or whatever. And lots of times, man, ladies did not. They're like, oh, is this who's fighting who? They don't know. I'm telling you, sometimes they don't fucking know. You're not tapped in. So good for Sol Ruka because she's such like a natural at this, and she's so good at it. So Again, you don't have to be a lifelong fan to be Bill Goldberg. You don't have to even really love the thing you fucking do to do it well all the time. That's a cope a lot of people use. And I just use that to say, again, it's with it's not the passion of pro wrestling, bruv. It's like, really? Then you'd want to be in that ring as much as possible, bruv, But some people are like, nah, I'm cool to just wrestle once a week and shit. And I would be too. But anyways, here's Zena Sterling. And she's on Busted Open After Dark with Coach Bully. So Bully Ray was her coach. And she was eliminated from LFG. But to me, this is who I'd have probably picked to win if it was on the choice was on my hands. But I mean, it was a toss-up, really.
Would you consider not winning season 1 of LFG, despite the fact that you got a knee injury days before the finals? Would you consider that failure?
Absolutely not. No. And honestly, now that I look back at it, I'm happy that I didn't win season 1. I know that sounds so silly, but I feel like, in a sense, if I did win, it would have been a little bit too easy, because I feel like now I have that much more of a challenge, and I love struggle. Like, I've said this before, so I'll say it again. I don't want my struggle story to be the COVID pandemic.
Okay.
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 I need some struggle in my life, and a lot of people want everything just to come handed to them, or just, to flow into their hands. But if that were to happen to me, I don't want it. If it comes that easily to me, then it's not worth anything to me. So I feel like
She embraces the grind.
Yes, it took me a lot.
She's like 20, I think, as well. Like 21, I think. So they just have years to just mold this girl, and she has size as well. And she's attractive, if you're into blondes and shit. And there's a big brawl on the ice here. Edmonton's like, yeah, you might have beat us 6-3. We're going to beat the shit out of all you motherfuckers. Yeah, we're whooping every Dallas Star ass right now. Fuck yeah, dude.
Get to finals, a lot to get there.
I love that. I love that the Oilers did that, dude. Fuck you. We're going to lose here. We're going to kick your ass on the way out. That's good, man.
But me not winning it, that just means I can put in that much more season 2 and, in the road ahead to get that contract and get on NXT TV.
Yeah, it was just our defense and goalie. And shout out Zena Sterling. Because we had more shots, man. It's just a matter of fucking they had way better ones. Exclusive WWE. We're gonna clean that up next game. Don't even fuck. I ain't even sweat. I'm literally not sweating, especially with how we just beat everybody's ass at the end. Let's fucking go. Exclusive. WWE are in the process of signing Mike D. Vecchio and Igel Blanc. They are expected to start in the company by September. And these are European champions. WXW. Again, Prime sponsors WXW. So WWE could swoop in, give them money, buy them, create a deal with them like TNA. And yeah, they're spreading all over Europe. And this is why they're willing to bring in guys like Rusev and Malachi Black as well. Because Malachi Black can go to these places and fucking, you guys get what I'm saying? And this is the future initiative of a global fucking expansion and working with the indies and shit. And the man behind it all is Triple H, and I'm going to get fucking yellow flagged for this, but Triple H and Stephanie have a very emotional conversation as Triple H talks about his near-death experience. Let's take a listen.
In this really weird, up way, my heart issue was a gift. Made me see things differently.
Never heard you say that.
Made me look at life differently. You can go through life, no matter how great it is or all the things you're doing or something, and you're just doing it. And then it's all of a sudden you're partway through it, have a reset and go holy shit, this doesn't last forever. It's that stoic shit of the coin that I have.
I was just about to ask you about it.
You gave it to me. Memento mori. You can die at any second. This can all stop at any second. basically saying, like, don't get caught up in all this bullshit. Life is fleeting, so like it can all go away at any moment in this really weird up way.
Crazy. I'm so glad Triple H didn't die, dude, from that heart shit. You know, where would we be? We'd be stuck with Vince. Yeah, I know where we'd be, pal. There's rumors as well that like Vince has not spoken to like Triple H or Stephanie since, you know, they voted to like get rid of him in WWE. So yeah, NXT Europe will be launched later this year. This also could be the announcement that I was teasing at Money in the Bank, because they have a big announcement lined up. This could be it as well. Hey, NXT Europe. And yeah, your boy Phil was just on it, you know? WWE Sami Zayn calls Mark and Jay Briscoe the best tag team of all time in terms of actual output and body of work. I don't know about that. I would say, honestly, the Dudleys. Maybe if you're like more old school, it's like, well, the Road Warriors, you know? But Dudleys had every fucking tag belt there was to ever have at least one time, and had like meaningful impacts on like, well, you know, pun intended, on TNA and in the Attitude Era and ECW. Or did I say negative? I meant positive impacts. Hopefully I said positive impacts on like pretty much everywhere they've gone. So yeah, I would just say the Dudleys, in my opinion. I think they're all around. If you look at their credentials too, they may have won every single tag team. They may have not been my favorite of all time. They're one of my favorites of all time, right? But when I was a kid, like I liked the Hardys more, you know, I was like more of a Hardy fan. Everybody was, but the Dudleys are just, when I look at it, to me, that's who comes to mind. Or maybe you could say like, yeah, the Road Warriors, just based on like how they drew and how many, you know, the Midnight Express. Exactly. That's so before my time. I guess you could pick any of them, but I can't, it doesn't just like jump to the front of my brain because that's way before my time. But yeah, like there's those old school fucking territory teams that drew houses every week and the babies were in the air, and you guys already know, man. Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
But yeah, the Briscoes were fucking amazing too. One of my favorite teams, dude. WWE's filed to trademark the Secret Hervis, finally. And here's more Xena Sterling on Busted Open After Dark.
We have to teach you how to dance.
You want to see the Xena dance?
No. Are you going to do the Xena dance right now?
Can they see it? Can they see
Are you
it?
going to do the Xena dance right now? Like, oh my God, I don't even know. Dear God.
Wait.
Oh my God.
Bubsy, you want to do it with me?
No, I don't want to do it with you.
Please.
Because if I do the Xena dance with you, I'm making people pay to see it.
Okay. So here's R-Truth. Speaking of music, R-Truth dropped a banger. Here's the thing, man. R-Truth typically has bangers. Like when you hear, he's like, I'm dropping my album. And you go on his Instagram and his shit, I don't know. I start vibing to it. He made like a country rap song. Another shot of whiskey. Seems like that Shabuzi song was just everywhere. Then it just like hard fell off, you know? So exclusive, WWE has approached Shaheen, the first Emirati wrestler, to represent the UAE overseas for an upcoming tryout. Multiple sources have confirmed to Cultaholic that he's approached in the past few weeks and is currently in the process of sorting out a work visa for the U.S. So the next Mansoor. I don't want to just compare him, but it's like, I wonder if that's why he's being eyed up or what's going on. Natalia wants to see a weekly all-women's wrestling show, listens to PWT confirmed. And she says, I think we can do that in WWE. There's so many talented women. I agree. I fucking agree. Luke Jacobs reportedly impressed WWE during a recent tryout. However, there are conflicting reports surrounding his status. One source claims that he is WWE bound, while another claims that he will not be joining the company, according to Fightful. Yeah, so there you fucking go. Hopefully we see that guy. Chelsea Green's confessionals, and it is Wednesday, but here's the Chelsea Green's confessionals.
141,500 minutes. That's how long it's been since my last confessional. Can you believe it? That's disgusting. But I was busy doing presidential things. My term was outstanding. And now we are back, baby. We are so back. It's Chelsea. It was rigged. A sham. Title match fraud. Fake news. I should be the true United States champion forever. Doesn't matter what they say. Their lips should be sealed.
Honestly.
That's how you get in Chelsea's good book. She likes me.
I'm not looking to do that right now.
Speaking of people who should keep their yaps shut, Joe Tessa, whatever the heck it is. What even is a tessator? Sounds like a ugly, nasty Italian pasta.
Oh, what is it, like a fucking pasta dish? Oh, what is that? Tessitor? What is that, like a fucking cocktail you get at the cocktail bar? Look at this. What is that, like a fucking cannoli? Oh. I'm over here now. We're showing a lot of WWE footage. We don't need to watch the whole confessional. Shout out Chelsea Green. It looks like it's edited by WWE. So here's a clip of Karrion Kross talking about Jay and Logan Paul.
I really hope to
On
God
the Ariel Helwani show, I implore you all, go and check out the entire interview. Great shit, pal. And this Karrion Kross movement is fucking phenomenal.
I really hope to God Jay winds up cheating in that match with him, because if that guy winds up winning the world title, I don't know what the hell's going to happen. He needs to do everything he possibly can and go back to...
Yeah, or the sicko's going to go, Italian hate. That was racialist, Chelsea. You should have never said that about an Italian. And I'm like, I'm over here now.
do everything he possibly can and go back to OG Bloodline Jay. I'll tell you that right now.
OG Bloodline Jay calling it out. But yeah, they won't keep the same energy, folks, with Chelsea. Roman Reigns is set to play Akuma in Street Fighter. And I quote tweeted this and I went, you know, Kenny Omega's punching the fucking air right now, right? That's like Kenny's dream gig, is to be Ryu or whatever in Street Fighter. Here's Kross talking about Randy Orton on the Ariel Helwani show.
There was some talk, and there's always rumors and stuff that maybe you'd be Randy Orton's opponent. Did that ever get to you? Was that ever a thing? Was that ever on your radar?
It was only ever something that was tracking online. Like no one at any point ever said you're in the running. Or
Okay.
like that. And Randy's one of the greatest of all time. And I, as badly as I would want to be in the ring with him, and I still do, I would never be so, I don't know, condescending as to go to them and be like, how about me? Like, they know who's available.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's a special event, and maybe they felt like it was random and whatever, but
There's no grab that brass ring mentality. Like, hey,
for me, there always is.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's a line of delusion,
Hmm.
you know, and
But you're not delusional if you raise your hand for that spot.
you're right. I think I'm being hard on myself.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you're right. And a lot of people told me that, but I'm telling you the truth, I didn't.
Okay.
Maybe I should have.
Do you ever second guess yourself in those moments?
No.
You're not that guy.
No.
When you found out it was Joe, who's doing great things, Joe Henry, TNA star, the internet.
Did you just say Joe Henry? God damn it. First it was John Hendry, and then now it's fucking Joe Henry. What's going on here, Ariel?
That is very much behind him. The
Quit 1070 Joe, the TNA champ, bud. Bappa.
fans are behind him. Did you think they made the right call?
Yes.
Why?
For one, I'm very proud of Joe. Him and I aren't close, but I've known him for a very long time. And I know the grind that guy's been through that people have not seen. He, in the form that he's in right now, has always been there. He's been ready to go in the capacity that he's in. And people have stared a hole right through the guy like he doesn't even exist. And that's brutal. Like, as a human being, when that's happening, for what they wanted on the show and the right opponent and for everything that show needed, I think it was the right call. Selfishly, of course, I would have wanted to wrestle Randy. But if you see the look on people's faces and you hear the reactions, they had a good time. And I'm not gonna argue with that. I would have loved to have wrestled Randy at WrestleMania, but
yeah, Kross gets it. The Kross man, he gets it. Moving along here, we got more clips from him here. They talk about people organically getting behind him. Pause.
So there's a few times, especially over the last few years, where it feels like the audience, the community gets behind someone, gets behind their cause, their story, and really does everything in their power to propel them to the top. We saw it with Daniel Bryan, saw it with Kofi Kingston. We've seen it with others as well, right? I feel like we're seeing it now with you.
Yeah.
Do you feel that same thing? They are now rallying behind you in many ways. We'll get to the merch in a moment.
He'll win the World Heavyweight Championship at least before his time's done in WWE. That's my fucking... But he's still, I don't know, no dirt sheet, but he has not re-signed yet, though. Allegedly. Right? So I'm curious. I'm actually like, shit, I need to, yeah.
But it just feels like...
Peculiar. But it's good he didn't, because now the fans demanded his merch at Raws and shit, and so he's got a bigger bargaining chip with this fucking fandom behind him, you know? Good for Cross, man.
And you acknowledge this on Twitter. I think it's actually your pinned tweet, where you're acknowledging this, that there's something happening. I think we have it. We'll show it here in a second for those that don't know what I'm talking about. That the community is, for some reason, rallying around you and pushing you. Here it is. I'd be lying if I said I haven't felt a major shift in the way a lot of fans feel towards me over the last year, more so recently, just putting it out there that I see you and I appreciate you, and I know they appreciate that. Why do you think it's happening all of a sudden?
I almost don't even want to say. I kind of want them to speak on my behalf, because sometimes it comes off condescending when you try to frame what's happening when it's about you. But I mean, just speaking plainly to you, over the last, I don't know, 365 days backwards from today, the interactions that I'm having with people, the things that the audience doesn't see on TV, they're really different than the way they used to be. I always used to hear when I was, meeting fans wherever I was, gym, airport, restaurant, you name it, they were always talking about NXT, what I did in NXT. They wish we could go back to that, And it's a difficult conversation to have with people. You're not totally, your hands aren't totally on the wheel,
Hell yeah. Okay, so moving along here, because we have a few of these. So Killer Cross on his comments following WrestleMania 41. What everybody wanted to know, was it a shoot, brother? How do you feel?
I mean, we've always been ready to go, man. And we're hungry.
We are, speaking of Scarlett as well.
The biggest misconception anyone can take from what I said on WrestleMania was that I'm disgruntled. I'm not. I'm just really, really, really hungry, man. I'm really hungry. All of this is coming from a place of passion. And it's, for me, it's all about the grand scheme of things. People are paying to come watch the greatest show in the world. I want to be a reason on the show where they felt like they got every single cent, worth of that. I want to be more than just an Easter egg. I want to be more than just a guy in the back ruining people's lives. And I will admit, I do enjoy ruining people's lives. There's definitely something wrong with me, but
yeah, he also got apparently a standing ovation applause when he went backstage after cutting that fucking shoot promo or whatever. WWE SmackDown's run is a 3-hour program, might extend into June. So they're just going to keep doing it. I mean, they can sell the ads. I think SmackDown's starting to figure out its stride. It took them a minute there, but yeah, people are complaining about it. They're going to continue to complain. It's going to last a little longer. I trust WWE and whatever they're doing. I'm okay with it. I mean, I just watch it on SmackDown. So, I mean, I watch it on SmackDown. I'm getting tired if you guys can't tell. I watch it on Netflix as well. Okay. So I don't really give a shit about the runtime, and I don't mind television commercials. I just look at my phone then, or take the trash out or whatever I got to do. So, yeah. The Rock will star in Breakthrough for A24. It's a psychological thriller where he plays a charismatic motivational guru. Bro is never coming back, guys. What did I tell you? Phil, don't miss again. What did I tell you? He's not going to do movies like Explosion. I'm just playing myself with Scarlett Johansson. Now I'm playing myself with Gal Gadot. Now I'm playing myself with insert hot chick who's a celebrity here. He's not just doing these Red One movies and shit. Phil, don't miss. What The Rock is doing is he's going to win an award. He got the second opportunity after the whole Black Adam debacle. And he is doing the Smashing Machine. He's doing the Scorsese film. He's signed up to do another A24 where this charismatic motivational guru psychological thriller where, you know, don't be shocked if he pulls the Batista and like, I lost weight for this role and shit. I'm telling you, he's that serious about this motherfucker's going to try and win a motivational guru. You can be jacked and be that. So he's trying to win like an award now while he's got this second opportunity, and boom, further proof of that. Phil don't fucking miss. And he's gonna, I'm not saying he'll never do like Mission Impossible 13, Tom Cruise versus The Rock. I'm not saying that won't ever happen again, like ever, but he's gonna be focused on movies like this until he gets, you know, an award or two. And then if we see him, Jonathan Coachman was like, oh, we'll see Cena and Rock in the ring this summer. I guarantee it. I have it under good authority. I will not even care. Don't get your hopes up for anything. If The Rock shows up this summer, sets some shit up, don't expect it to play out whatsoever, okay? Because this motherfucker's busy, you know? And that Moana live action shit's coming out soon. And I don't know how soon. I think they're like, it'll probably be like another year or whatever. Maybe less than that, but they have to like promote it. And that is going to take up so much time to promote that shit for Disney too. So like he ain't anywhere. The Rock, forget about The Rock, okay? It'll be hard to forget about John Cena with all of his title reigns. So here's all of his reigns. His first WWE Championship reign was 280 days. The second was 113 days, then 380 days, then 84 days, then 21 days, then 21 days, then 49 days, then 5 minutes. Fuck, they were hot potato in that belt around. 84 days, 77 days, 20 days, 14 days, 133 days, 49 days, 49 days, 14 days. And then so far he's been the champion for 31 plus days currently in this current run. And yeah, I think he'll hold this belt for a while. Like we'll get it where the last few months, maybe he'll flip babyface before his final match, or he goes into his final match maybe the heel and they just applaud him anyways or whatever. But I could see him holding this belt for a while. You know, you might as well. It's the last time you have Cena. So, and also speaking of can't forget, how could we ever possibly forget about Ren on Ren's Day? It's Ren's Day. You know what that means.
Hey guys, happy Ren's Day. Let's go ahead and get back to our regularly scheduled programming. Question number 1. DC or Marvel? Marvel, hands down, no questions asked. And if you have to ask a question, let me go ahead and answer that real quick by saying the 2021 Superman was awful. Literally all of these superheroes were useless until Superman came about. And want to know what that says? Trash.
Cook, let her cook. Here's the thing. For me as a comic book reader, you know, back in the day, for me, it's like Marvel's my favorite world and universe, right? Like Spider-Man's one of my all-time favorites. Wolverine, of course. Everybody knows that. Canadian fellow Canuck, okay? But Batman is like my all-timer, and his Rogues Gallery is like my all-time, and his stories are my all-time, you know? So I like Marvel in general more, like the universe, and the mutants and the Morlocks and the fucking Avengers and the metahumans and all the classifications. And then in DC, I mean, I like Green Lantern and shit, but I like Batman number 1 over every other superhero, you know, even including anyone in Marvel. So, but she's cooking. It is Marvel overall. If I could only pick one, gun to the head, because you can tell Batman stories with a couple of these Marvel dudes. You know what I mean?
Question number 2. The best barbecue in Texas is Black's Barbecue. More specifically, Kent Black's Barbecue in San Marcos, Texas. That place got me through college. Hands down. Question number 3. It's more of a statement, and I'm honestly not really sure how it got in my little Rolodex of questions, but it says, Stone Sundays are better than Wednesdays. Comparing Stone Sundays to Wednesdays is literally like comparing DC to Marvel. We are just not in the same universe.
Let's go. Let's go.
And I mean, I would sit here and argue with you, but it seems like you're doing a good enough job on your own embarrassing yourself. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, let me just go ahead and play a little highlight reel of you and your dance moves compared to a male bird in the middle of a ritual. Spoiler alert, the bird has better rhythm.
And that was Wednesday and WWE news, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. We're going to preview NXT quickly. WWE news there. Round of applause. We are going to preview Battleground here quickly. So we have Hank and Tank and Josh Briggs versus The Culling. Okay, a good old 6-man tag. Now, again, Hank and Tank, they're just a tag team. So you stick them with Josh Briggs, who's just a singles guy because his partner went back to Noah, and they planted seeds of where this could have happened way earlier on. If you guys have been following NXT, they've had like a friendly sort of rivalry a little bit. And then the Culling, they're just a cool fucking faction that they don't try and do like spooky shit too much. But I'm okay with this match. It'll be fun. Hank and Tank, I love those guys. Sol Ruca versus Kalani. This match is going to cook. Singles for the North American Championship. Do we get Zarya's heel turn here? Or, what happens here? Tony D'Angelo versus Channing Stacks Lorenzo. Now, I got to be honest. I would have liked to have seen the family just called up to the main roster first. Now, hopefully Tony's gone after this. But does Channing get the win over him? I don't know, but I hope Tony goes to the main roster after this. And Channing, a bit of passing of the torch. It's good. There's a lot of stuff happening in NXT that I didn't expect would happen, like teams breaking up and shit like that. So I think they're looking at NXT as more of a third brand than full-on developmental, and that's why. But it is still developmental, but it's sort of like their super indie territory. And you kind of get that vibe from it. And I think that's more the direction they're going. Like, yeah, we're developing, but it's like a super indie at the same time. And anyone can show up. And guys from Evolve. That dude from Evolve showed up on NXT, this past NXT. That triple threat, man. Ashanti the Adonis was cooking. That guy's got sauce for days, man. His intro, his entrance, everything. That guy, I know why he's on the fucking roster still. And then, yeah, that triple threat was cool, man. Javon was there, and then that Sean Legacy guy or whatever his name is won. And, again, just a guy who can do, like, Osprey shit, He can do everything Osprey can do. So now, maybe he can't cut a promo as good. We'll see. But anyways, Joe Hendry versus Trick Williams for the TNA World title, dude. And they had, like, a rap battle sing-off. Last NXT, it was good. I don't know. I think Joe Hendry will defend his belt. But I don't know where Trick goes from here. Like, defend his belt and then Trick, go to the main roster, bro. Him and Mello reuniting even on the main roster, I think would be cool. Vac Air versus Jordan Grace. Amazing shit, pal. I could 100% see Grace winning this and Vac Air shaking her hand after and then going up to Vac Air going up to the main roster on either SmackDown or Raw. I could 100% see that and 100% see Stephanie winning the United States title sooner than later, or Julia. Maybe her and Julia for the U.S. title is what they have down the line. I will say this, though. Stephanie, I think I could see her holding the North American title for a little longer past this as well, though. So this one's going to be tough for me. I'll give my official picks on the day of, but this one is a toss-up for me. I could see either outcome. Jordan Grace, I think now you could call Stephanie up. I told you all, they're going to fast-track Julia. They're going to fast-track Stephanie 100%. That's why they had her drop one of the belts or whatever, because you just got to get them on the main roster. They're so fucking good already. But if Stephanie defends, they have the AAA shows, so I could totally see, because, again, Mexico's in North America, folks. That makes sense, right? That geographically and for that title, I could totally see them waiting and giving her this big title defense over Jordan. Obafemi versus Miles Bourne for the world title, the NXT world title. And you have to think that Jasper Troy fellow's going to get involved again. And obviously Obafemi's leaving with the fucking belt. They're not going to put it on Bourne, although Bourne You know, came out on NXT, cut a promo. He's a deaf dude, so he doesn't speak. Every word isn't enunciated 100%, but he still conveys a great message, has a good cadence. You're not thrown off by it. You know, just stick him with a fucking manager who can rip promos and then let him, like, I think Ren's teamed with him. So just let Ren rip promos and then let him just drop a couple one-liners here or there. I think especially on the main roster. I'm a big manager valet guy, though, and I don't know how much WWE's down to do that, but Miles Bourne has such a bright future. He looks great. He wrestles really well. That Randy Orton knockoff shit, that'll be shed eventually. And yeah, he's got this disability that he'd cut this brilliant promo. Like, it's not about my disability, it's about my abilities or whatever. So fucking A, man, they've really cooked. And Obafemi's this great tweener guy where he's the big bad bully, but he's also like the leader of the yard. It's like when Undertaker was the undisputed champion and was going back and forth to both shows. It's that same vibe, right? Undertaker would battle Jeff Hardy, but you didn't like, Undertaker was the heel in that, but you didn't like hate the Undertaker, you know? He was cool as fuck, and he went to each show and main event, you know? And he's defending his title on both shows. And that was cool as fuck. And Obafemi's kind of like that. He's a cool tweener where he'll just destroy your favorites. He'll destroy the guys you hate. But either way, he's your champion, and you got to respect him, and it's his fucking yard, and he's got the target on his back. And so I just love his whole aura and shit too, right? So yeah, my predictions, I'll give them on the day of. That was your preview, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Guys, I only got like 2 Daves, so we're not going to do them. I'll save them for before the PLE on Saturday, or else I'm going to have nothing to talk about. That's a lie. We always got something to talk about, but it's been a 4-hour show. I want to thank you all for being here. You guys are fucking amazing. Make sure you tune in this weekend. Saturday and Sunday, I think, right? What's this Saturday? What's the PLE we're fucking watching? Is there a PLE? It's Saturday night main event. Thank you, wife. That was my wife with the assist there. Mrs. Marks, the fucking sicko over here with the Saturday night main event on Peacock or NBC. And then we have the next night, I will be going live. We have Double or Nothing versus Battleground, and I'll be watching both at the same time. And I hope you all tune in to check me out. I want to thank you all for being here. Hit like, hit subscribe, share all this shit. YouTube.com. We broke 6,600 subs on the main channel. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We're going to sail to 7K. Get us there, folks. Share, tell a friend. Everybody loves wrestling now. Everybody loves Phil Marks. And YouTube.com/@ProWrestleTimes is where the replay will be. Take care of each other. Drink lots of water. I'm sick. I got to fucking relax. And I appreciate you all. I'm going to try and do my Queen of the Ring review tomorrow or the next day, simulcast over at youtube.com/Phil Marks Out, as well as my pop culture channel. I'm going to do a Queen of the Ring review on, like, I'll do it on Clips and Phil Marks Out as like a hey, and I'll maybe try and get someone who's seen it to join me for that. And I appreciate you all, man. Take good care of each other. Be good to each other. Until next time, I'll see you in the Upside Down. Big weekend ahead of us. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1-1 for all. Nobody's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1-1 for all. Nobody's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Damn it, God damn it.
We don't want to make false accusations here on the program, Brian. We do not want to accuse people of behavior, either unsavory behavior, possibly criminal behavior, certainly behavior that shouldn't be imitated. We don't want to do that if they're not guilty of it.
If you want outlaw but shows, you know just where